Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing today? Popcorn trader? Cybernetic construct. Thank you so much for going to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added as soon as the stream is over. I guess we're starting off today's stream with a chant. Let's get it going. Let's make it loud.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
Peloton. Do you want to play the downfall of everyone's favorite home fitness company?
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Read it again, Vitamin Drops. Or variant swaps, the futures you've been talking about. Some of them. What do you think? Rip or dip it open? There's a little bit of arbitrage going on right now on this run. So that'll probably catch up at market open. How do you get the country club thing to pop up on the Discord? Taiwan, you have to link your YouTube and Discord accounts, and then the Discord, once those are linked, the country club should just be there in the list of channels on the left. There'll be several drop-down menus. Wi-Fi. Oh, that's the other stock I need to buy this morning. Why is Pfizer ripping? Okay, so apparently Pfizer's antiviral pill works real good. You said the first of the week was ETF FTDs. Are you excited for today if those numbers are right? The first of the week. No, Wednesday was T+6 for the ETF FTDs. Yeah, I'll probably play some 0 DTEs. I'm feeling saucy. What's up, Dangerous Dan? 45C 1112 for pins since they had good earnings. Might be not terrible. 45. I mean, they have a shitload of room to the upside. Asian markets all down. No Baba for me today. Feb calls are getting cheaper. Worth waiting for the price to drop or buy today. I'm still waiting. What you do is up to you. If you want to buy slightly more, I mean, it's may not matter. My buddy bought a GME YOLO at 450 expiring in January a couple weeks ago. Was that a good idea? As long as he doesn't hold it through like a test of 350. If you only had $170, what 0 DTEs would you buy? None. HNT beat its all-time high this morning. I know. Okay, so who was it? You, Cool Daddy, that reminded me that I have Solana yesterday. I think it was you. No? That shit is up a lot. I bought it as like a day trade back in February. And I think it like slipped $2 and I was like, I guess I'll just bag hold this shit. Well, I bag held it. And now it's a heavy, heavy bag full of cash. It's super dope. I'm still trying to figure out why it's worth so much fucking money. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of it. It's the new F? I fucking hope so. Yeah, it's like a crypto thing, Popcorn Trader. You should make popcorn coin. Mint it. Fucking Matt Kors fans will go ape shit for it. Literally. Popcoin. Yeah, there you go. Corn coin, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Just call it AMC coin. They can't stop you. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. The only thing downs in Matt Kors' channel is his gains on Tesla. That was terrible. I tried. Piton surging back for no reason. They kill another infant. Okay, serious question. Are options on crypto a thing? Yeah. And what's riskier? Playing the options game with crypto or Russian roulette? I mean, if you play Russian roulette with 5 bullets, It's a little less risky. Yeah, I think we're gonna see not a dump, but like a little pump from arbitrage at open. I'm trying to see if like USD GME correlate like divergence at open correlates with a pump at open versus a dip. It's a fun experiment. We'll see if I'm right. Matt Kors putting the 24 in me. Oh, that was low. Even for me. Could we show GameStop at open this morning instead of some random stock we don't care about? We missed the entire rip yesterday. You mean all 2 candles of it? Give Matt Kors a break. He needs all the chromosomes he can get. What are your thoughts on playing an upside to Activision? They just dropped new Call of Duty, and the stock is so low from that previous news, maybe around earnings. So, KO, the problem with this is that video game companies, in my experience, usually don't run on an announcement, right? They run at the earnings following that. So when a game's released, the next earnings or the profits are visible, because like Wall Street doesn't trust gaming companies. It never has. And so like they'll always run when they actually announce the earnings from that release. So if they make a shitload of money on Call of Duty, they'll probably like, and they released it this quarter, they'll probably see the returns from that next quarter. Right now it's just going to look like a big ass debt on their books. But watch it. Sentiment might have shifted, and it is at an all-time, like a low support. Do you share any thoughts about the DD you linked in the Discord last night? I read it twice, but still don't completely understand it. I haven't read the whole thing yet. I know what it's about, but I want to make sure that I understand his point of view on it before I weigh in with anybody. So probably like we'll talk about it more Monday or in my DD that I'm following it up with. Bad news, they don't allow 0 DTE purchase on accounts less than 1 million in value. What's even the point now if you can't YOLO my money? Fidelity options suck. They always have. They're a bitch to sell. There's just nothing good about options trading on Fidelity. It's great for stock. And Active Trader Pro is probably one of the best day trading platforms. Ding ding. Any response to your Twitter war? No, but I got like 100 Twitter people that care about what I say on Twitter. Okay. Arbitrage at open, not relevant. Yes, followers. Thank you, Light K. That's the word. People could always listen to you on Discord and just watch the chart themselves. This is true. So we have a couple small gaps up here at like, I think we have one here and one here. And there's like a little tiny one here. Actually, no, it's here. Sorry. Oh, no epic pen. Piece of shit. Yep, I'm on it. Where'd it go? There it is. Ah. There's a little one up here. Okay, you don't want to drop the price of the fucking contract? Bastards. Yes, I know when it expires. That was the wrong one. All stuff about volatility hedging that you do last night was amazing. Yeah, Zinko's been researching that for quite some time now. Fidelity won't let me close my CCs with unsettled cash. I told you, JFresh. Wire transfer. You cheap fuck. If you bought at 250, why would you sell at 218? Welcome to GameStop. Well, I hope that like variance swap DD gives everybody a much better idea of the 50-cent puts now. It was supposed to go down so my put would print. SPY gonna break 470? Jesus. But progs aren't 0 DTE. All right, I'm in it, boys. If Tesla keeps falling 1240, when should we be looking at puts? That's a good question. Okay, GameStop is getting burned. Hmm. Mm. Where's the variant swap, DD? It's pinned to the announcements channel on the Discord. Playing cat today? I'm in cat. I'm not playing. It's like long. I'm not doing 0 DTs on it probably. I should. It looks promising, but you know what? Fuck it. Maybe I'll do a couple. You sold me on it. God damn it. Missed the buy-in. I'm in on everything. I'm not gonna lie, Prague actually looks pretty good. Finally. Where can I paper trade options contracts? In Thinkorswim. Ooh, interesting. I did want no video calls. Oh well. Probably too late. Maybe not. There should be a dip there in a second. Yep. Should have gotten out of that sooner. Son of a bitch. Fuck me. Cat's up. Yeah, IBKR lets you paper trade options too, but you have to have an options account. Probably has a short sleeve score of 97 right now. Earnings on the 10th. Price target for Prague? I don't really have one. Needs to break 5, right? I mean, that's essentially what I've been doing every morning with GameStop calls, is just buying one in case it rips. Yeah, we did find out that there were spikes on the expected days. Zombie Lumpy. Should I take these cat profits? Maybe not. No. God damn it. Ah, that works. Infrastructure bill is supposed to pass today. What candles is it on? Oh. Andrew Dodd, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
Yo,
Fucking love Caterpillar.
let's get it.
I've made so much money off this stock for no reason.
Fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
The paperwork is approved. Officially, not a cult. LRC is MOASSing? Of course it is. Okay, I wouldn't call that MOASSing, but ooh, Pfizer. Did you guys see 23andMe hitting like $13 in pre-market? Yes. GameStop's volume's really bad this morning. What are some support levels for GME? I mean, it looks like we found one here at like 210. Come on, bust it. Yes. Can you look at V? Yeah, it's coming up a bit. Looks good. Oh shit. Jimmy's coming back up to test view up. Might push through. So these 210-0 DTs on cat I have, I might start having an addiction. Don't do that. Frog looks good. Jimmy's failing the test at VWAP, it looks like. It's gonna rip today too. You aren't rich enough to gamble yet, and I cry myself to sleep. I mean, if you're telling yourself that you're not, that's a risk. Any upwards pressure on Jamie at all today? It's not looking like it. Not yet, at least. Oh, come on, you fucking bitch. Bag holders? Sucks good. Buy volume's picking up nice. Why is AMC mooning? Who the fuck knows? Can we get some more charts on the screen? Oh, it looks like a bounce. Cat's still looking good for today. I'm seeing if it's gonna break this. It's having a bit of a time trying to break 208. Volume's low. Not even 500,000. It's not much better than GameStop. Pfizer breaking back up. This is bearish on GameStop. Infrastructure vote is today. I know. When GME moons to millions, do you think AMC will Abe say that Ken pumped GME to bait them into selling? I don't know what they're going to say. Looper doing a big up. Oof. Fuck. Well, Piton at the bottom this morning, already up 5%. Nice. Don't they need to cover gamma exposure today? That depends on how much gamma exposure there is. There's a lot of calls that are still in the money. A lot of the interest is still open. So they don't have to cover the open contracts. Just the, whatever was closed on Wednesday or exercised. Yeah, it's like a bear pennant. Ooh, is it gonna hold? Ah, son of a bitch. Hmm. How's this for gambling? ASTR will have a test flight with their rocker in the next few days. If it goes well, stock will do it all. So I got a few 10C. Awesome. Okay, I'm closing Pfizer. So I think it's gonna gap fill. I took some profits though, so that's not bad. All right. Cat's holding. Prague is coming up. GameStop's just not trading. Is that OTC dump? Somehow that got just eaten up. Chimia is down it's down 469 now. It's about a 48p for the 12th. On what, Josh? Is it more or less suggested to buy shares or buy exercise calls? I mean, buying and exercising calls presents more leverage, but they both create pressure, Farmer Jed. I might see the gap fill around 174 yet. I fucking hope so. That'd be dope. I'm already up 600 this morning on Prague, me, and Cat. Let's go. Yeah, fucking 23andMe's just been kicking ass too. How's the new digs? I'm not there yet. I'm gonna try to move all my shit between tonight and tomorrow. I don't think it's gonna be successful, but it sounds fun. If there's so much OI, how far is the move? Not bad, but with traffic, it's gonna be like probably 45 minutes each way. Maybe an hour. I should have filled me and spy calls, but profit is profit, I guess. Yeah, it is. Do you guys remember when I took profits on Spurt? When it tested 15? Yeah, cap broke 208, but it's still struggling. The pressure is good. I might sell one. I'm up like 100%, so I think I'm gonna sell one and just take quick profits. And I'll hold the other. Prague having a real time with $4.10. Okay, I'm done with Pfizer. What can I put over here? Spy? Ooh, Spotify. I think Spotify is gonna push. Should I buy 295s? No. 97.50s. Yes, I know when they expire. Jesus. Yeah, that already broke down. So it's 0GT 478. See? Nice, Daniel Taylor. Volume internalized today to avoid buy pressure. Could be. If there's so much OI on calls versus puts, how is it possible to suppress the price so hard? Because not all of that OI is in the money. Most of it's out of the money. Max Payne's up. Max Payne's at 200 now. What do you think we might test today? It looked like we found support at 210. We'll see if we find it a second time. That's got nice consolidation. It's the same thing. Does Prague have spurt potential in your opinion? It might, yeah. Heard you're having all the Dans over this weekend. Big if true. Ooh, there we go. Cat broke out. We'll see. If it holds this support, it's fine. Like, if it holds the higher low, then it looks pretty good. Cat just moves, or Spotify just moves really slow, so I don't love zero DTs on it. Oh, my fucking 210s are up. My 210s, my 215s, and my 220s are all up on Cat right now. This is great. Double bottom on Prague. We'll see. It looks like it's going to hold that support right now. Is that a bearish double top on spot? I don't think so. It looks like it found support. But it's not moving very quick. In layman's terms, is it safe to say that institutional contracts don't exist until we purchase them? No, they do. If there's demand for a strike, they'll write more, but they don't write them because you're trying to buy one. Sort of. I think he meant layman's terms. Ew. Prague did a gross. Volume picking up. This is a bearish double top. Well, I'm not going to lose extra money on this. Well, maybe. No. Oh, I don't like that. Well. I'll take my $2 in losses and leave. Sorry, Prague people. But if it's any consolation, it'll now bounce and rip. Thoughts on SPY after it broke 470? Going to the moon. I don't know if they'll push it under 200. The volume's atrocious, so ooh, me looks good. I think me's gonna break out. GameStop almost found support. Price target for cat for like today or for my long calls. Cool daddy. Is it even worth it to play? Yes, because there's a lot of 200s in the money right now, Carl. Especially if we test 220 again today. If we close above max pain, there's a lot of open OI that's in the money. So 2+2 next week could be good. That's the thing, though, is like, I don't think that many contracts were closed on the run to 250. I think they dropped it quick enough that a lot of people got left, like, bag holding their options. The infrastructure bill passed. The SPY should really rip as well. Yeah. Is me capable of hitting 15? I think so. I have I think it's capable of breaking its all-time high. I think I'm gonna get out of this. Oops. Yeah. Son of a bitch. Oh. Oh. So I'll cancel. See if it finds support. A video running to all-time high again? Probably. Are you gonna buy additional long calls on Cat as soon as the bill passes the House? I have enough contracts, so it seems like a steal to buy more now. I have enough contracts. I have 40 calls at 210. 20 at 215 and 10 at 220. So no. They're in December. All right, I'm gonna take the rest of my profits out of my cat dailies. Hot tip for you. Intel finally released a good CPU that's competitive with AMD. I don't know if I believe that. All right, so I'm out of cat for now. So let's switch this to 2 windows. Spotify. Prog earnings on 11/10. Yeah, maybe I'll get back in then. Do you think we'll see BTC crash before the SPY? Not likely. If there's less faith in the market, BTC is gonna rip. Um, Did you check Lucid? Yeah. My covered calls in danger? Yes. So I'll buy these to hedge. All right, these are done. Ooh. Ah, shit. Not sure if there's room on screen. Can you look at QCOM? If it can break 160, it looks like it run to 168. Tested the previous all-time high. It does look okay. Volume's decent. I mean, it's already broken 160. The question is it going to continue to push up or not? Not right now, I don't think. Okay, got out of that. Good. So. Visa's looking really good for those of you that played that this morning. Looks like a low volume bleed. They're trying to push us slowly back down through 210. Remember I told you guys, like, because there's short volatility, which if you read the DD last night, you'll understand this. That means that when they drop the price, they want to do it slowly. Which leads to a lot of people holding calls longer than they should. What's the open interest on this? Jesus Christ. Maybe I should buy some more. Nope. Oh, I'm not super bullish on Lucid, but I have covered calls on it. And so if it breaks 40 today, I'm fucked. So I'm buying some calls to hedge it. Actually, if it gets rejected at 40 again, I'll just buy my calls back. But 40 on the last run. I think it was like this morning. Yeah, it was Monday morning. I sold them at 40. Which I've been fine on, but now they're kind of in trouble. Just buy it back. Oh, okay. That's a good opportunity. Oh, shit. All right. I'm out. I got my cover calls back. When do you buy Jimmy calls for T+2 Monday morning? Yeah, usually. Bro, Discord saying you said you were buying AMC? What the fuck? No. Why the fuck would I buy AMC? Nice, Purav. I wouldn't buy anything. I won't buy puts or calls on AMC. SoFi calls for earnings. Interesting, Herva. I'll think about it. When's their earnings? Next week? Let's see what SoFi looks like. Daily. It actually looks pretty good going into earnings. You might not be wrong. Looks good. Size, a little overbought. What the fuck? Oh, okay, so not all of Frankfurt. I want them kind of far out. IV is gonna spike on those. December 25s. Let's see if volatility bleeds out a little. GME. Just pushed it down through 210. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait. Why is there so much open interest on 360Cs for Feb? People are learning the way. Does Corey WeBull outperform monthly and quarterly index returns by just holding GME? You're not the only one. I got that message also. We should buy some 40s. What do you guys think? Shit. Five. Fucking Christ. All right. LRC Discord talking about Bank of China applying for a patent for digital payment processing using loop ring. Cool. Thoughts on Baba kind of getting slammed. Yeah, they pushed their earnings out, which is interesting. There may be some more downside on Baba. What options level allows for weeklies and 0 DTEs on WeBull? I don't know, 2? Wow, I can't believe it's been 84 years. Thanks, Jeff the Privileged. I appreciate your renewed interest in not being poor. Can you see if we bounce off T10? I'm looking at it. We're holding, but below. There's not a lot of OI here. It's not like a super popular strike. When selling calls, the money you make is equal to how much the premium has gone up, right? No. It's the money you make is how much at the time you sell the premium. So if say you sold 260s on GMA when it hit 250 and they were like 2400 or something, that's what you make. And then if the price goes down, you're just going to get those gains. It's a bearish bet. If they're able to suppress the price in Feb, do you think... I mean, the run isn't in February. It's in January. The idea behind having February calls is that that you'll be able to hold them through all the price pressure in January, which exerts more pressure on the market makers and short hedge funds. Visa making a comeback from being the worst stock in the world. Yeah, it broke 215. It's good. They're still like king of payment processing. I mean, sup, Gherk. Thanks for all you're doing. DD stream. You're a real one. On some Pareto tip, what 3-4 learning resources would you recommend for a trading neophyte on top of your stream, of course? Technical analysis of the financial markets. GameStop's coming back up. And securities analysis. Then research everything you don't know or understand. Look up the definitions on Investopedia. That's a good way to start. So selling cover calls is a good way to make money. Moonwind told me about it. Moonwind almost lost his ass this week. Selling cover calls on GME is very risky. When the stock runs, the upside potential is huge. So even far out of the money calls, which would normally be safe on most stocks, present a great deal of risk on GameStop. Any news on Cat? I think they're supposed to vote the infrastructure bill today. They are. Cat had a nice little run this morning, which I traded. What do I think about Workhorse? I don't like it. What expiries are you looking at for this February calls? What strikes? Right now, the only thing I own in February are 350s. If you buy a Feb call and it's in the money, you can exercise at any time. Yes. GameStop's coming up nice. I never said CCs on GME are good. I sell CSPs on GameStop. Because I know when they spike the price, they bring it down very, very slowly. Which gives me lots of time to sell Theta. And Theta on GameStop is worth a shitload of money. I bought my first GME call and I'm up 41%. Is this a simulation? No, that's how options work. Needs to break 214, 219. Those are pretty important. Pushing past 212.50 in a way that raises the delta per of is what we're really looking for. Although not a lot of open interest at that strike, I don't think. $391 contracts. Yeah, it's gonna get rejected. VWAP. I don't think that's gonna hold. Theta mail. What's Theta? How do you make a lot from that? Theta is time. Most of the money made on GameStop in the options market is on Theta. And you make money on Theta by selling calls. Or puts. Selling contracts. LRC at 141 now. Awesome. Jason Lebel. Thanks for the book recommendations. You're that dude. Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. Put versus CSV. So you have long calls and long puts. These are buy to open. So these are your, when people are like YOLOing, and these are just a bet. So you're buying a contract at a strike, and then you own that contract, and then whatever value is lost or gained by that contract, you can capture. A cash secured put, or a cover call rather. CCs are when you sell a call. So you're selling a contract to someone else at whatever strike you choose. Sell to open. And a CSP, or yeah, CSP, which is a cash secured put, is the opposite of that. So you're using secured cash to sell a put to open the contract, and that's a bullish bet. So they inverse. So say right now on GameStop, we're trading at 212. You could sell a 210 put for $150 or 1.5. CSP for 1.5. Right? And that means by tonight at close, you'll receive you'll receive the premium instantly. But the caveat to that is if we drop below 210, you have to buy 100 shares at 210. And that's why this is secured with cash. So you have to have $21,000 to sell this contract, cash on hand. A call, say you wanted to sell 215 strike, 215 call. First, you need to own 100 shares of the underlying. That's also, this is 160. So you'll receive 160 or $160 in premium, and this is secured with your 100 shares. And so if the strike moves up above 215, and the day closes, you can get called away or assignment, which means that you will sell 100 shares of GameStop at $215. And that's why I don't sell covered calls on GameStop. Oh, shit. It'll be fine. I should have been paying attention to that. Oh, well. Clip it? Sure. Nope. Absolutely not, Parav. I would never want to do that. I was studying Elliot Mace from John J. Murphy book all morning. Couldn't stop thinking how proud you would be. God damn it. No. I'm gonna wait. It was a nice breakout though, wasn't it? That looks good, right? This is the 5 minute. Yeah. Looks very good. Do you expect there to be a lot of gamma exposure next week? There could be some. It depends on how high above max pain we close. Yeah, I clipped it, Jason. You think Snap can turn around hard in the next week or so? Or was it a drop? Was its drop a gap fill? I don't really follow Snap. I don't like social media stocks either. Because they have weird quarters where they get blown out by not getting enough subscribers. Oh, this looks good for a turnaround. Like, very good. Volume's declining. It's consolidating really nicely. I would go long if I was going to buy into it, like January or something. But by January, it should come back up, provided, nothing crazy happens. But there's a nice, well, we filled that gap to the downside. I think it looks good for, it's a long play, but it looks good. Activision dead. I don't know. Visa 216. Oh, Visa's coming up hard. 212, 220s. Lucid bounce. There we go. This should be the breakout for Lucid. I have to use the wick here, but maybe not. Just use that. Get closer. You're good at this. You can help people build wealth. Get a CFA, and you have your first customer right here. Thanks, Parav. About 17th November calls in Tesla, and I'm over 200% on a paper trading account. When should I close it? When you're comfortable with the profits, I guess. Part of the paper trading is learning when to take profits and when to let them ride. LRC's doing a thing. I know, everyone keeps bringing it up. I'm well aware. It's up to 140. It's looking good today. It tested like 190 something the other day, and it sold off a bunch. It does look good though. About calls in a bull market. Of course you're up. Shh. Game Unlimited. Have you seen LRC? Yes, I have. I own a bunch of it. Still consolidating, huh? Fucking Lucid's really struggling to break $40. Maybe I shouldn't have bought back in. Just let them ride. Every time I fucking hedge a covered call, I get burned. Playing new video? No. Mostly because I feel like I missed the boat on it. I played it last time. It had a big run. And I played the pre-split. That was fucking awesome. Oh, ouch. Out, out, out. How much fucking short interest is on this stock? Tesla's at $1,200 and Lucid can't break 40. Such bullshit. I'm gonna buy Ford. Get some Ford Leaps. I'm an F from 90 and I staked at 2.5K. Nice. I had a friend that used to mine F and he gave me a rig back in like 2016 because I had solar at my house. So I have a bunch of F from that. I've never sold it because I'm afraid to get burned like I did on Bitcoin. So sometimes you can protect yourself. I don't know if you guys saw that from your stock slipping a resistance by buying more, right? So I'm averaging down my Lucid 39s. In case it bounces here at the EMA 60. Oof, fuck. Which it doesn't look like it's gonna do. Chasing your losses. Sort of. By averaging your costs down, you don't need it to turn around as hard to regain your losses. Yeah, sometimes you can also throw good money after bad doing this. But that's only if it slips really hard. Oh, that's supposed to be GameStop. But like right now, my total losses on these contracts is about the same. It's like $10 higher. Fuck you, Greg. Babel looking like a possible fallback to 138 on the 2 4-hour, or am I crazy? Ah, shit. It could. I think it'll have another spike first. Probably earnings anticipation when it comes up. Double bottom forming on GME. Yeah, 209, but probably not enough volume for it to push up significantly. Unless some volume comes in. Ford been good to me. A couple 13Cs I bought for 318 2022. Some nice 4-bagger so far. Oh, Ford's like Tesla's biggest competitor, I think. And Ford's sitting at what, fucking $77 billion valuation. Also, here's another fun thing on Ford. Ford's breaking its high right now. Like its all-time high since 1999. That's huge. I don't even like Ford, but that's nuts. If you guys could drop a like, big help. Ooh, Lucid. Make me my money back. What am I down on this right now? Fucking $87. Jesus. I'm gonna need it to pop pretty hard. It worked okay. I didn't average down. I should have averaged down more. But this account has limited funds. Now to Chevy. Oh yeah, I would never drive a Ford, but I'll make money on their stock. Yeah, win-win. Visa has asked that I publicly apologize for the awful things I said about her earlier this week. Please consider this my public mea culpa. What kind of leap you thinking for Ford? I'm thinking $20, maybe a year out. Should I buy calls before I buy a new F-150? Why not have Ford pay for your F-150? Are you betting for or against Lucid? For. I bought back my covered calls and I want my money back. I do not like this rejection, but I like the turnaround. See if it holds. Nah. If it bounces, I'm going to average down just a little more. Is Visa having a hard time holding 217 or something? Rejected at 217.50. Roadhouse for MOASS. Woke up, saw the SPY was 470. You think today's V is due to the X dividend next week? Could be. V also, like, super ready for a turnaround. But I bought these calls pretty far out. These are November 12th, so I've got some time on them. Ooh, that looks good. Create new order 72. Place buy. Ah, fuck me. Phil, you son of a bitch. Okay, I did fill. What do you think of SPY? I think it's not a Head and Shoulders, right? SPY's just consolidating. It's going to break to the upside. Oh, you bitch. Trade higher. If you hold 100 shares of Ford for 6 months, you're eligible for their X plan discount if you want to own a boring stock and a boring car. Lucid's another competitor. There will be more of them, right? As time goes on. Ford is Tesla's number 2 competitor, I think. Wedge on Cat. Are you still in this? Or did you just get in? Yeah, Cat looks good. It's consolidating. It might break out. Volume still sucks on Cat today, though. It usually does. Cat is not a quick mover. When it moves quickly, but the rest of the time it kind of stagnates a lot. You ever trade SPY further out than a week? Generally, no. If I have like a short position, then I will. Come on, reverse. I'm setting a stop limit. Stop limit, 60, 58. Oop. Oh, nice. All right. What's Lisa doing? I mean, I have a long, like, I have a long position on Lucid. I own shares. Do you own a Toyota? No. I've owned Toyotas. Should I play the breakout on Tesla? Jesus fuck. That's just unreasonable. Oh, those are 12s. Tesla literally scares me. It should. I made $1,300 playing the spy this week. Nice. Jimmy gonna slip past 210? Maybe. It's just flat. Ideally, it just holds 210 and to close. There's no wedge. It's just shit. The problem is you're mistaking no volume for consolidation right now. I think this is still just consolidating. Do you mind looking at PCQR? QR. This? Oh, PCOR. It looks good. No volume. Eh. I guess it has some range to like 102. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's set up for a breakout or anything crazy. Shit. I got it. Yeah. Analysts moving price targets doesn't usually mean shit. If it's like Barclays or something, you might see like some longs go in, but volume picking up. Yep, I'm getting stopped out. So you have to, when you play Tesla, if you guys don't know, you have to play with really tight risk parameters. No more, like on options, no more than 10% risk. I'm looking at cores. No thanks. Should you look at Myrna, see if there's a bottom or could it go down more? I have 4 cat 10. mRNA. Ooh. Yeah, it's right around its bottom. I don't know if it's going to realize these price targets again. It was fucking super overhyped for a bit. The profits aren't that good from the vaccine. Do I buy back in? See if it holds. No. This doesn't look good either. Spy's just flat. Ugh, lame. Could have broken either way and only cost you $100. Thanks for the education. Yeah, no problem. If it had a slightly looser limit, my limit was actually down here, but I got filled on the volatility. This will likely break to the upside now. Spy puts for Monday, a bad idea. It's just maybe spy puts on Monday. The SPY doesn't look great right now. I'm not gonna lie. I think it might move down to like 266. Actually, you know what? I really do think it'll move to 266. How much is it? 270? 69. 268. Let's find out. Lucid coming back to life. Of course it is. Oh, wow. That was a hard bounce. Oh, well. I'm at 466. What's your price target if for Lucid if it breaks 40 or 41.60? It's a good question. I think I'd be looking at. Oh Jesus! I bought these on November 12th. That's fucking stupid. Why is my options chain set up that way? Stop that. One sec, I'm just updating Reddit, guys. You genius! What did I do? I don't know. If the spy's coming down, I imagine a few other things are as well. Jimmy is a distraction. AMC is the real play. Thank you for that. AMC is a distraction from BBBY. At least one of those companies is profitable. Can you look at Sava? I don't want to. What's your price target for Lucid if it breaks 40 or 41.6? I don't really have one. I'm just long on it. My cost basis is really low, like in the 20s. So, I think back then I was looking for like 45 or 50. Perfect username for that troll. Dude, you should Roblox 31, man. You should go Roblox 32. I'm sorry. You should go watch Matt Kors, man. Learn about trading and the markets. I think you'll learn a lot there. Can you check CVE? No. I'm watching the spy drop. All right, fine. What is it? Some shitty energy earnings play. Don't tell me you bought this crap at open, Darth Dan. Fairy cat for treasurer? What did he do? Oh, this is the company you work for? It's very flat recently. Nice growth. The uptrend looks stable. I don't hate it. It's like nice growth, but it's not gonna be quick growth. So if you're in on like an employee plan, that's nice. Don't you dare fucking reversal me, you son of a bitch. Fail. Failed the test. Oh, one sec, guys. Sorry. Fucking unbelievable. My life has been a mess since this kicked off in January, but you're my rock in these weird times. Made a good profit on my first ever option today. Have a great weekend, man. You too, Dansome Lurmer. Thank you, man. Maybe they can't hear you nod or roll your eyes. All right, listen, Flaccid. That was for your guys' benefit. No, my car warranty didn't expire, but there's delivery people coming to my new place tomorrow, and they want me to make myself available between 2 and 6 p.m. Fucking unbelievable. I bought a Ford F-150 and Ford 150 zero DTEs. The dividend is ready, but don't tell anyone. I'm going to try to move this weekend if I can. I may have to do it this weekend and next, but we'll see. Looks like the House won't vote on the infrastructure bill today. Well, I'm glad I got out of cat then. Jesus Christ, man. Our government is so fucking inefficient. Well, that should make the market sad. Delivery will show up at 7 p.m. Yeah, I know. Just can't find good help these days. Rich people problems, get used to it. Okay, it's not a rich people problem. It's a scheduling problem. I used to run like distribution centers. There's no excuse for having your drivers show up in a 4-hour fucking window. There are barely any drivers left. Game Unlimited TV. There's nothing funny about domestic violence, even when it involves Kenneth Griffin. Cat 210 call is not printing. Is this what ramen tastes like? Did you buy 210 zero DTEs? You greedy son of a bitch. What is it? Prague. I'm glad I got out of this. I would have gotten fucking roasted on those calls. This looks like garbage. It could reverse here, but it's not looking good. I think probably like a lower fail, like a lower high here. H&T looking like you're ready for another breakout on the 1 hour. That's cool. I don't have software up to look at that right now, Cool Daddy. Also, like, I just bought that. I'm not really interested in trading it. What makes it not looking good? It's rejecting at a lower price. Damage reduction than the previous rejection. So it rejected once at the test, right? And then the next rejection's even lower, which means the buy pressure is weakening. Now it could be consolidating, but that means it'll break out further down the line, right? But it's coming off of like a Head and Shoulders, so I don't like it. Herva, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's
I
over.
want to be a billionaire so freaking bad.
Yeah, it looks like a bear pennant.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Lucid ripping. Cool. Looks like my Visa calls are doing good too. I'm glad I was able to pick up that fourth one. Fucking Lucid. Yeah. At least I'm out of my covered calls. That's all I care about. I just don't want to get roasted on those. Everything is just doing like midday consolidation right now. Some of that consolidation not so good. Boom. Pfizer's turning around a little bit. This might run later in the day. What was I doing? Oh yeah, watching the SPY. So if this bounces here, then it's likely it's a bull or a bear flag and not a pennant, but we'll see. So the way when you first get like a sign of a technical indicator, you want to track the movement in that, right? Because like if this bounced here, then it becomes a bear flag. Right? Because of that higher high, but you didn't have the lower low yet. And so up until that point, it was a pennant. And it was a pennant because it did just fail at that point. But I'm just trying to give you guys an idea of how to like track with your analysis as the stock moves. Yeah, it changes the probability. You still think 466 on the SPY? It's looking not good to the upside. Generally, going short the SPY doesn't pay off as well. It can if you catch a big move to the downside, but usually the like gains over time are worse on the downside, unless you catch like a correction, in which case you'll make a shitload of money. But the SPY is super liquid. That's why I use it over like VU. Especially its options chain. So you can go trade in and out or up and down on the SPY all day. If there's nothing else to trade or the scanners are kind of dry, usually the SPY will present some opportunities. We haven't seen that in a long time because we've just been in a non-stop bull market since last March. But thanks, I'm tired. Fuck Lucid. Son of a bitch. All right, so now what you're looking for here is you're looking for it to break below that previous support. So we have some volume traded below it, but you want to see more. You want to see it slip this gap it's creating. Or it's going to bounce off 469. Made 300 off of 467 earlier. Nice. All my homies hate Lucid. I mean, I don't care. I made like $400 off of each of the covered calls earlier this week. And I had to hedge it, so I think even doubling down, my losses were still only like 140, so I'm still up like 980 something on it. After, well, about back in, that was, I think it's like 914, but it's still not bad. 511.26 calls for GME are very cheap. Interesting. But it's not going to rip till it's probably not going to rip till 2 days before that, Popcorn Trader. Yep. Close. Well, I guess I could wait for the test of this. They're just 0 DTs. Goddamn bull market. Oh. Hold on. Son of a bitch. Unbelievable. I feel like Tesla is at least partially responsible for that. What are we doing on Visa? Still doing okay. Up 2K on lucid calls. Awesome, David. What's the technical indicator called when the spy refuses to die? I don't want it to die. I just wanted to slip to previous support. So you have a 300 strike KO, and the value of the contract is at like 2070, right? No, 20. Yeah, 2070 or 270. And you sell to exercise. You would get 90 shares. So they sell the contract and then use that to buy shares at the strike. Now, if it's like 330, you'll get all 100 shares plus 30 premium. Did the spy get rejected? I'm done with this piece of shit. Unbelievable. All right, I'm buying more. Nope. I mean, I'm just trading 0 DTEs. They're like $15 a contract. They're not expensive. I took a $16 hit on the last play. WeBull offering 4 free stocks up from the one they normally do. Oh, cool. I will never financially recover from this. The idea is that you don't lose a lot, not that you gain a lot, right? Because you'll get the plays. You'll get plays that just run way past your price target, right? That'll happen, and that's awesome. But as long as you don't lose a lot, right? Like you buy here, lose here, and not down here, then over time you will just win. So trading is not about making gains. It's about offsetting losses. That's the problem with Wall Street bets, is it's all about like taking as much risk on as possible in order to profit the most, right? But it's much better to just not lose much every time. Like you could be in and out of plays all day, and if you hit 1-2 bagger, your entire day you're up massively. $15 a contract, not expensive. Speak for yourself. I've been eating dry oatmeal and eggs for weeks so I can double down on GME and LRC. So now I'm up $20 on my SPY 468s, which means I'm up 4? No. Up 3 on all my SPY plays today, right? Like it's just it. The issue is having enough capital to be in and out of options all day. Ko-Fi didn't show up? Seriously? What the fuck? I've officially 1000% my options account in 6 trading days. What in tarnation? Here's your tithe, you filthy animal. Not a cult, possibly an actual religion. Thank you so much, Skoda. I appreciate that. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. I just want to know how I missed that you were in all these big name movies, games. What? I wonder what Weevil's doing with people's accounts that they need so many new ones so badly. It's a good fucking question. Wait, what's this? Oh, that's my put. Thoughts on AMD today? Is it still ripping? I'm not watching it. I have that in like my like buy and hold account, which I don't really look at day to day. If the SPY fails here, it's going to have a nice drop. Should do it. Nope. The P&L's factored in. So I bought these contracts at, like these contracts right here, at 0.12 or 0.5, sorry, 0.515, and they're now 0.17. So the P&L's factored in, right? So when I sell, I'm up 10%. Oh, wait. I think you're asking something different, Ghostbuster Joe. You spent 15 on the contracts, you're plus 20 in P&L, so you're actually up 5, or the P&L total 35? You're up 5. Your profits are 5. And the SPY slipped. Woo! Making money. I love zero DTEs. So the number shown here, though, is displaying the profit. So I have 10 contracts, $5 profit per contract. I've lost a little bit of theta on them. But if they go in the money, that'll slow down. Your stream cover has all the movies and stuff you acted in, right? You didn't Photoshop those, did you? Of course not. What are you talking about? You didn't see Roadhouse starring me when I was like 2 years old or something? I don't know when that movie came out. It might have been before I was born. I would try to do what we can with the YouTube channel, donating to small streamers. Although I haven't been donating as much lately since trying to get more GME so we can do much more later. That's super cool, Fluffy-osa. Can you explain that 300C at 270 price again? You said you could sell to exercise and get 90 shares. Did I hear that wrong? No, that's correct. Like if you sell to exercise or exercise to cover, I can't remember which term it is. There's a few different ones. But yeah, if the contract's at 270 and it's a 300 strike, then you can buy 90 shares. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Because the contracts are $27,000, which means you can exercise 90 of the shares in it. $300 CS 270 value when a stock is as 570 on expiration date. No, that's if it's intrinsic. You're forgetting about like implied volatility and theta. If the IV is high enough, that contract could hit that price well before the stock is trading at 570. That's super cool, man. Well, I appreciate the stream cards you make very much, Fluffy. It's a huge help. Amazon is doing a gap fill up another $32 on the daily chart. Nice. So my spy puts the bottom for 20%. Awesome, dude. I think it's gonna go down more though. What would you be looking for? This breakout would have been a good time to buy calls and get out. The thing about the SPY is the movements usually aren't very extreme, right? Like when you trade the SPY, usually you're just trading like between at the money and in the money. So, you know, right now you'd be buying like 470s and waiting for a crossover. It doesn't look bullish right now. But if it did, you'd be buying like 470s and waiting for a crossover and then selling. So 270 this is the options value. So this is times 100. Bob. No problem. Yeah, anytime you're pricing options, they're priced per share, right? So like 1.15 is the price per share for the contract, but it's times 100. So it's $115. So when I said 270, I mean times 100, which is $27,000. Or what made you choose that specific candle to draw the top? Oh, it doesn't actually matter. You could have drawn it from here too. This is the supporting trend that matters, not the upper line. BBBY. Ooh. That's doing interesting things. IV spiked immediately on that. I'm not going to get in that. It might run a little, but that might be it, right? It might just be that covering. We might see GameStop spike here in a second, too. It's just crossing VWAP now. Yeah, I don't. So WeBull does this thing, which you guys should be aware of. Whatever chain you set it to on one stock, when you go to the next stock, it'll stay on that chain, right? So if, say, you buy a put on something and you go to something else and you go to buy a call, it won't reset automatically. You have to do it manually, and it's a pain in the ass. Like a lot of other brokerages, when you open, it'll be automatically set to call. And you have to change it to put. Yeah, it messes me up sometimes. I've gotten I remember when we were doing AMD on the stream. So GameStop's about to run a little. If anybody's got some 220s, this could be a chance to maybe get out of them. Like if you have 220 zero DTEs that you're bag holding from this morning. I don't know. How long did you paper trade before putting real money on the line? And how many hours a day did you paper trade? I tried to trade for 4 hours a day, and I did it for 3 years. GME just spiked. Yeah, that's what I said. I said GME might spike here in a second, as we were crossing VWAP, and now it has a little, and I think it'll do a little run. Remember, same ETF basket as BBBY, right? So, if they have some FTDs to cover or exposure to cover, you'll probably see a play on both stocks. GameStop at a slight delay because less volume, right? What about 225s? JB, yeah, technical analysis of the financial markets and securities analysis. Two solid books to start you on your way. I highly recommend both of them. Technical analysis of the financial markets is probably one of the better books on technical analysis. Most of them are complete shit. And that's why I recommend it. But a lot of your technical analysis is going to be learned through practice and not so much reading other people's methods. Visa perfectly flatline. I'm scared. Of what? I don't know if I'm going to carry Visa overnight. I might. I have November 12th, but it's it's dated. Um, but I think it's a solid foundation. Do you recommend starting with one of those two books over the other? That would depend on what kind of investor you are, but I'm tired. Um, if you plan to play like longer term, fuck, double bottom, seriously? Hold on. I gotta find out if this is gonna be a double top or a double bottom. If you're more interested in like swing trading or long-term investing, then I recommend going with securities analysis first. If you're interested in day trading or shorter term swing trading, then technical analysis of the financial markets is probably a better place to start. Please fail. Just once. Should we have BBY up as a leading indicator for GME? Not necessarily. Just because one led the other today doesn't mean that will always be true. What does a double bottom mean? So double bottom's a bullish indicator. And the upside on them's like 68%. On the intraday. On longer time frames, they're a little better. But they're generally bullish, so there's a chance they can break to the upside. It's essentially 2 rejections off of a low resistance. So, or 2 bounces, I should say, off of a low resistance. Indicating that buy pressure at that resistance is high. Usually that pushes up as sell pressure weakens. This one looks like it's a double top. So I think it'll fail a little more now after that second rejection. The issue is you get your double bottom comes in before your double top, right? So at this point, all you can see is a double bottom, and you have to wait for this test here to see if it's a double top, because you have to wait to see if that fails. If that fails, then you have a double top. You can also end up with a triple bottom, yeah. Which is annoying as well. But that's if, if you get another, that just means that, buy and sell pressure is very stable. And one hasn't exceeded the other yet. What about a quad bottom? It's just a continuation of that trading within a flat channel. Look at that. I called a $5 a run on GameStop. I'm so cool. Might bounce on VWAP too. The reason you see the surge on BBBY and not on GameStop is because our upside potential is very volatile. So when they go to cover, they're going to cover very slowly on GameStop, right? So they cover a little, let the price fall, cover a little, let the price fall, cover a little, right? On BBBY, they'll just buy the shares and get it over with. They don't care because it's not going to run that hard when they buy a bunch. No calls on BBBY. Do 2 quad bottoms make an octa bottom or a septatop? Okay, that's it. No more. I find it super helpful when you go through trades like you are with SPY right now, especially for how one pattern changes into the next one. Appreciate all you do for us, Girk. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate that, man. So this is starting to look more bullish as we consolidate on that, right? We have lower highs, which means buy pressure is consolidating, right? And we're getting this descending pattern on the low side. So this is probably going to break up. So I'm going to close this. See if I can close out what I bought in for. Maybe it's going to fail. It's all right. Any insight into gourd futures? No. Yep. All right, I'm back out of that. So what you can do now is you can buy calls. Uh, nope. I think it's just going to trade in this channel. And I don't. So there's 0 DTEs. You have to be careful with your theta. You don't want to hold them too long. That's another thing. So that whole time you're trading it and like waiting for your breakout, you're losing value on theta. So like I sold those contracts for what I bought them for, right? But I lost $5 to theta over the time that we were waiting for it to drop. Ooh. That's nice. Is your Ko-Fi working and going through? I have no idea. Are you not seeing it on the screen? We'll show you all the double bottoms you can handle. Join the Dans today. Okay, seriously, are the Ko-Fis not popping up? So I'll have to fix that. All right. I think that should do it. Followed by final passage, Wall Street Journal, 20 minutes ago. Interesting. How does theta decay on 0 DT? Is there somewhere to see the formula? Yeah, you can look it up, but the closer you get to expiration, the faster theta decays. So when you have calls, way out here, you have a lot of time before your theta eats them up, right? But yeah, when you're buying calls like here in like the weekly range, theta starts ticking very quickly. And technically, it doesn't tick; it's constant, but no Ko-Fi. Any idea why Ivy is so high on DTEDAY? I want to buy options, but they're super expensive. It's probably super volatile. They've been popping up for me. Okay. That's weird. Power just went out in downtown Toronto. Interesting. Well, the value on 0 DTEs is all the theta is already eaten up, right? So there's not a lot of theta left on the contract to lose. Seems like you like Fridays better. That's because sometimes GameStop runs on Monday. So yeah, I'll usually buy Friday close. You still lose theta compared to buying them Monday morning. But if it moves in pre-market, then you can encapsulate that move by buying Friday. So if like the price is here Friday and here Monday at open, you know, and you buy Friday, then you capture all this. Otherwise, you know, Monday, you kind of just have to buy in here. And probably like IV spikes in the morning as well. So that's shitty too. Usually I'll buy about 45 minutes before close because this is when IV's low. Usually near close, like the last 15 minutes, we'll move a little bit and IV will go up. Yeah, no problem. Death for my birthday. Spy failed the triple top. Okay, so the reason I got out was because they're like it's getting propped on that support, right? So when it went to fall, volume came in to prevent it from falling. So it looks like it's going to continue in this channel for a minute, right? And if I'd waited till like 12:30, I would have lost more money on theta. So I didn't want to continue holding them. Like there's strong like volumetric support at that 169.32. And so since it's gonna just trade sideways for a bit, I don't really want to be like in it, you know. Like I don't want to hold contracts while I wait for it to chop. There's a large block order at 469.41 at 12:22. Yeah. Okay, Jimmy's bouncing. I'm gonna update Reddit and let them know. BBBY vertical. Ooh, nice. This might be them doing their share buyback. This might not even be the worst chase at this point. IV's high, but Citron issued a long report on BBBY with $50-$70 price target. Nice. Yeah, it could. I mean, it could definitely realize that if they buy back half their market cap and free float. What happened, Visceral? Pigeon Whale Discord, your move. What is it? There's no Q. I love it, but there's no, we need a Q. You need to put Q's in. Also, nice chug. What about Visa? I wonder if this is ripping. Interesting. What was Visa? Visa's fine. What are you worried about? I know. I know it was getting rejected. Oh, for Kuna? Yes. Do you plan to play this week's Gamma exposure? Would you use a weekly expiration for next Friday? No, I don't. You mean Carl? Carl's fine. I was promised Q's after market close yesterday. God damn it, I forgot. I'm sorry, Visceral. Me hitting that all-time high. I know, I'm stoked. I think it's going to break out. That music is also definitely copyrighted. That version of it isn't. I had 225 BBBY expirations today worth $2 about an hour ago. And now? I am no longer a 23 bag holder. Leaps just turned green. Congratulations, David. My 1126 BBBY 25C just printed. Dope. I know, it's ripping. Insiders might know something. I mean, I don't even think it's not nearly as high as it was the other day. It's still like 140. It's not that impressive. It already hit $2 like earlier this week. IRNT dead or consolidating? I think it's consolidating. What? You sent something to the Toys R Us Tots drive in my honor? Whoa, what did I just do? Okay, that was weird. I don't know why my Discord won't let me search on PC. Huh. Can BBBY trigger MOASS? Probably not now. Has GME detached from ETF baskets? No, they just covered GME first. Is Ford gonna keep going up? Maybe. What's it at? It's possible. Should be at the bottom of general. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Fluffyosa. That's super cool. Following that bearish trend, you drew on the SPY intraday. Ooh, it actually looks good now. I think it's gonna break down. I just don't like this support. It's like too strong, and I don't want to. I don't want to just like carry options. GameStop pushing up. I think the next. Are there any contracts at 217? Yes. Have SPACs just become another way for the uber wealthy to launder money? Bree just took off. Alright, let's watch BBBY. Consolidate. Rip. Bree vertical? That's interesting. How far out are your calls for the Visa play? November 12th. How long does it take for funds to settle on WeBull? Depends on your bank. Anywhere from like 3 to 5 days. What are the yellow horizontal? Those are just support and resistance levels. Who's still bag holding Gray from the Spurt merger? This was just a buy-in. How far out are your calls for Visa? Answer that. Rumors of a $10 dividend on Gray. That'd be cool. I mean, I don't think Loopring's like up a little bit. Visceral. Thank you, Visceral. I appreciate that, man. Would paper trading crypto using TBay be a faster way to learn TA during the weekends since I can't trade as much on the weekdays? Yes. Are stocks and crypto too different with TA? A little bit. Stocks have more fundamental value than crypto. So crypto moves more with sentiment, but learning to use TA on crypto, you'll have to make some adjustments if you move to stocks. They also don't move as fast. Visceral for mod. after the Qs, I will consider it visceral. Thank you so much, man. Did you touch on the variant swap DD you pointed out on the Discord yesterday? Not yet. I will be writing a DD that relates to that DD. That's why I want you guys to read it. You goddamn tease. I thought I'm upset by the charity event on RSS, but man, the mods hyped it up as something actually stock related. So this ascending head and shoulders looks like it's breaking down on BBUI. That's not good. It could turn around just because this is obviously not being run by retail or something, right? Like it's just institutional buy-ins, but right now this looks like a breakdown. What's Visa doing? Man, just break out already, you fuck. What's max pain on Visa today? Damn it. Max pain's at 215. Lame. Poor for mod. So I've been swing trading me. It's trending upward so consistently lately. How to know when to take profits? I was originally going to profit at a monthly level of 1343. I feel like swinging me is probably okay. I mean, it's okay. It doesn't move very quickly. Just set targets, you know, Stefan. Like determine a target where you want to get out, and then, you know, stick to it. I'm bored at work. Can we get a huge flex over the pores going? Thank you, Jeff the Privileged. Reezer for Dan's. You have to re-queue. Dan for mod. We've already determined that's never happening. Dude, thank you for the info on how markets work. I really appreciate your knowledge, unlike Matt Kors. Thank you, Shugazi. Spy dumped out of the channel. Nice. Anyone else get a bit freaked out when they think about just how big whales are? Popcorn trader, pigeon whales are pretty small. Like, if this were real life, this would be like a pigeon whale to scale. You know? Who cares about literal whales? These aren't real. Wait, pigeon whales are the size of pigeons? Slightly larger. But yeah. Little whale-sized whales with whale-sized pigeon wings? No. They're pigeons. They're like a bumblebee, right? Like, you know how, like, a bumblebee can fly even though it has little tiny wings? That's what a pigeon whale is like. TradeSpotting says we are in our first weekly uptrend this year if we stay above 205. I don't think that's true. We had like multiple uptrends this year. This one went on for quite some time, like 21 trading days. You say that like I care, Grizzled Primate. Oh no. Jimmy MacD almost crossing over. Cool. I am honestly super pumped for Friday afternoons. This chat gets weird as fuck, and I'm at least 3% of the reason behind it. TradeSpotting is right. It just wasn't explained to you properly. Oh, okay. I mean, we should if we hold. If we can hold the support. Where's the. Oh, that's why. Huh. Yeah, if we can hold this like low support at 210, that's insane. It would also mark one of our first weekly upside consolidations. And possibly, I guess August we got it a little bit. What's your new place like? Does it have mold, walk-in closet, electric or gas burners, Dan's under the sink? It's got an electric stove, which I'm really fucking pissed about. But I think I'm gonna get an induction cooktop and just replace it. Maybe. We'll see. What do you think about January calls on Moderna and PayPal? Maybe. I don't know how much room Moderna. I don't know if Moderna is going to return to its previous highs. Um, PayPal maybe. PayPal could bump. Slightly larger is how they got their name. Originally, they were thought they were just species of large pigeons, and that's how they got their nickname. But they were elusive. They were so elusive they could never study them up close. Eventually, the name pigeon whale stuck. Oh, thanks to the effort of human sacrifices of the Dans, we were able to capture a few and start breeding them in captivity. And after many moons of deliberation and more sacrificed Dans, I see. Eventually, the pigeon whale stuck. Thank you so much, Snakehiss, for creating some pigeon whale lore. Does this change the thesis on waiting to buy calls? It could. I may move it up a week. We'll see. It's just bad lighting. Look up Wolf induction tops. Very good electric burners. Yeah, I know about them. Get a gas stove or a barbecue. Yeah. I'd rather have a gas cooktop, but I'm not a big fan of electric. But there's no hookup. Can we get a pigeon whale lore channel in the Discord? I'll think about it. Visa pooping? Not really. Just notice that Visa is at a 500. Is it? Go away. Ooh. That's nice. Just kidding. No, that's not good. But it'll probably bounce. Get a private chef. He'd still have to use a shitty stove. What do you think of the LRC run now? What's it at? But yeah, I continue to remain. It still hasn't even hit its like local high. Calm down. At one point, you mentioned that after the November run, GME could be at a price where Feb options are unaffordable. Do you think this will be the case if we enter the run near the current price? Yeah, I mean, thankfully, IV is dropping off right now. But come Monday, I may pick up. I don't know. We'll see how the rest of today plays out. But come Monday, I may pick up a couple more further dated options just to protect myself. Tesla dead? Why do people ask that every 5 minutes? I don't know. I don't care, Victor. I hope so. I hope it crashes and burns. I simply cannot discuss lording over poors and have an electric stove. It's just where I draw the line. Well, it's okay. Induction stoves are way more expensive than gas stoves. I wagered my friends on the over-under number of what you would say for how many times you have uttered the words pigeon whale in your entire life. If you say 0, I'll find you. LRC is my side chick. Grape Ape, I've at least said pigeon whale 1,000 times. Tesla dead. Fuck you, Deadles. There's no way Tesla crashes and burns and has autopilot. I truly believe that Tesla is the slowest, longest short squeeze of all time. Well, Stefan asks, if we don't MOASS in January, let me introduce you to a stock called GameStop. I can't wait for people to be like, GameStop's overvalued. Well, I mean, people do that already, but they suck. If we do MOASS in January, are we still going to hang out in here? Yeah, why not? I lost 64,535. Sorry, Grape Ape. Thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it.
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
Can you conceptually how to build an options position, e.g., the makeup of weekly, monthly, further out? I mean, I'm putting like, oh, god damn it. I gotta remember to like mouse off of that window. Right now I'm putting 10% of my capital here in November weeklies. And then for just January, sorry, I'm putting like 30%. And then for February, I spelled that wrong. Feb. The other 60%. Yeah, I'm following Loopring. I have some. I got like 1,200 at 40 cents. It's up. You're talking about MOASS in January so much. You think the chances of it happening this year are shrinking? I don't think it's gonna happen this year at all. Unless something crazy comes out of November. Or it happens on the roll in December. I guess it could. I think that the exposure is greatest in January. Don't get me wrong, like the squeeze could kick off before then, but I think it's going to happen within that window. Like I think if MOASS is going to occur, it's going to occur here. I think as this progresses, the chances of it go up. Like the probability of it happening goes up through this cycle. If I sold to CSP at expiry, so I get a premium on it if it's out of the money, and the same with CCs. Yeah. If we don't MOASS in January, but we learn the cycles are 100% accurate, then we should be able to just make our own mini MOASS every cycle, I'm guessing. Essentially, right? It becomes, I think after that point, it's going to become more like the Tesla squeeze because there's not another time in the year where there's that much exposure. So, I mean, we're already kind of like the Tesla squeeze, right? Except that we know when the highest probability of us like climbing to a higher level is, right? Where on Tesla you didn't know, right? Like it just kept going up. GameStop keeps going up as well, but we know where the pressure is on the short hedge funds as opposed to the Tesla squeeze where no one really, as far as I know, no one figured that out. So there were periods where Tesla would run, like it kept climbing, but there were periods where it would run to like a new level and climb, right? Like recently. But if there was a lot of pressure on that level, then go straight up, go parabolic. I have loop ring, yeah. So the higher we enter that period, the higher chances as well. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna take like 10%, or the 10% I play on weeklies. Whatever profits I make on those, like if I'm correct about the like 23rd, 24th date, whatever profits I make on that, I'm gonna roll half of that out to my furthest strike. And then I'm gonna move the other half forward to the next week. Like the next weekly, so I'll probably move the other half to like December 17th to see if they roll. If I feel like they're not rolling, I'll move the remainder out into like January. But this will all go out to February. Kind of feels possible for this November run too, but very slightly. I feel like if there's enough hype going into the cycle, a January MOASS can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, my theory kind of points to MOASS being a self-fulfilling prophecy. At least the way I see it, it is. What's your prediction for CAT? Well, I think if the infrastructure bill passes, it's going to go up. I have 210s, 215s, and 220s. Like a couple of months out. Well, a month out now, about. But I think it can push. I think it can push up to. I'd like to see it break 220. But if the infrastructure bill passes, I think a test at 220, 222 is definitely reasonable. And there's a possibility that it could climb back to its all-time high. Serious question for once. Down 56% on my November 12th 240 calls. What would Pickle Jesus do? Ate a gummy, can't think straight or decide. Please and thank you. You can hold to Tuesday and see if gamma exposure plays out, I guess, or cut your losses and move on with your life. I don't want to find strikes with the highest delta. Yeah. There's a strategy for that. There's a couple different CSP strategies. I saw weeklies for CSPs on GameStop, but it's pretty bullish if we finish above max pain. And we're like headed for a finish above 210, which is very significant. Okay, I don't trust you, Visa, so I'm going to take my $9 and leave. No. Wrecked. I guess I'll just play this support. How low can the SPY go? It might dip below 468. I think it's dragging other shit down, so maybe I'll hold the Visa calls. Now that it's been a few weeks closing above max pain, does this accelerate our potential for MOASS and basically raise the jumping off point? Yes. I was down $50 on Pfizer, sold the call, bought a put, about to get my $50 back. Feel successful today. Awesome, man. It's probably the breakdown in Tesla and NVIDIA that are pulling the SPY down. If you want to buy shares and collect a premium for a CSP weekly, how deep in the money would you sell them? Very, like, close. Because if you want to get assigned, then you want to sell them close. You also get the highest premium if you don't fill. Option strat, board gamer. Uh, it does time capital though, unless you're on margin. Yeah. Well, if he's looking to get assigned, I don't think he's on margin, but everyone's forgetting that the SPY was struggling to hit 466 yesterday. Is GME so correlated to BBBY that we can kind of use it as a tell? No, I don't think so. It's unreliable. If we don't squeeze in January, what's the plan after that? Hold for the climb? Play options on the rollovers? I mean, if the floor gets high enough, it can still short squeeze, right? It's just less likely to. Is Pi-Fi a fan of Charlie's vids? No, I think Charlie's vids is crazy and stupid. It's a double whammy. I think memes about Tuesday morning being next to the GameStop are a red herring. If they wanted to crush shorts bad, they would do RC buyback X reverse merger with SLGG plus NFT on Friday at 11. One position's up 25% on buy and hodl. It is the way. For sure, existential. Buy and hodl is a way. It works. Is there a way you can foresee the short squeeze not happening at all? If they're able to deleverage their short position over a long period of time without the pressure getting turned up on them, yeah. I can see it just like squeezing out over years, the way Tesla did. I've always thought that was a possibility, but I think the pressure on GameStop is still far too high for that. GameStop has a much smaller float. It's trickier. Like, for them to execute that well is very, very tricky. Now, there's a possibility that, like, in January, we could just run up crazy high, like 500. And if we don't drop, right, and carry that into, like, March at the next cycle start, like, that could trigger MOASS, right? So even if we don't MOASS in January, the potential going forward from there is much higher. Now, if we run to, like, 500 in January and they drop it again, that's another story. Like, if they're able to get it back down to, like, 2, then that would play out differently. But if the floor held, then it could be obviously crazy at the next run up. So it really just depends on how high the floor holds. How could they deleverage over time if no one sells? There's shares in circulation. There shouldn't be, but there are. I have this theory that Charlie Suits has several people chained up in his basement. Okay. And he forces them to massage his feet while he delves into SEC filings. I believe that. Yeah, I agree. The float gets smaller over time. But there are paper hands every day. So shares do get released, but the trickle is very slow comparative to the buying, right? So yeah, if there's no share offering, the floor of the price will keep going up. But does it go up fast enough, right? Like, you have to look at the rate of change over time on the baseline. Like, it could take a very long time to put them in a position where the price is just so high it squeezes, right? Like, from here, the low of like 112 or whatever that was, 118. Now with our low dipping at like 168 over the year, you know, that's a $40 improvement on the floor, or $50 improvement on the floor, right? But different things can change that, right? That could shift dramatically. Like if DRS hits a level high enough, like enough percentage of the float is DRS'd, I could see that shift happening more dramatically. No, I think it can hit millions per share. I think the short interest is big enough. Yeah, it could. I mean, if people ignore the opportunity presented by this run in January, then yeah, it could drag out a lot longer. You know, everyone thinks it's so easy to break these big hedge funds, and it's not. Yeah, they have between them, you know, trillions in assets under management. GameStop is, you know, even at $215 is a blip. Worst case, Thor goes up $50 a year. Well, more than that over time. Yeah, it's consistent, right? It's exponential. So the increase increases the longer time goes on. Yeah, I'll keep doing this if it doesn't happen. Until it does. Theoretically, DRS speeds up this process. Yeah, as soon as enough, I think, as soon as we reach there'll be like a point at which there is enough DRS that you will see an acceleration. Because at these moments where they need volume, that's when, right now, when DRS presents the biggest threat. These moments where they have to cover, like if you look at our run on Wednesday. Okay, Visa's bouncing. No, hold on. I just need to see if this is turning around. Okay, is the SPY turning around? No. Maybe I just cut this. Hold on. So if you look at our run Wednesday, right? We went from like 200 to 255.69, right? And we did this on about, it was like a little less than 3.5 million volume. If you look at this run on August 24th, we went up $70 on, I believe it was, how much? 12 million volume. I think that's where you see the effect of DRS the most. Is that on these runs, when they need the volume, when they have to cover, because like not enough is DRS'd for just the floor to rise faster, right? Like you need a lot to prop the floor up. Now it's increased a little bit compared to the standard slope. Like the slope has deviated slightly since like DRS was kind of started right around here till now. That there is a bit of an increase in the slope, which, you know, increases the exponential value over time. But I think where we see DRS play its most important role currently is when they have to cover, when they need to find volume and a percentage of the float is missing. That's $5 I'll never get back. I read it. Is your DD coming out within the next 2 weeks to try to let more people know what's possibly coming before the November spike, or still having writer's block issues? It's not so much just the writer's block. It's hard. It's a lot of really complicated, like you guys have hours and hours and hours to listen to me. And so over time I can get the point across to you. But it's hard to put all of those complex market mechanics into one DD and have people make sense of it. And that's what I'm trying to do. And I understand it well enough to explain each facet separately, but putting them all together really makes it very complicated. That, and I'm moving, right? Which is just a pain in the ass. I mean, I held AMD for years. Would it be illegal? Why would they do that, Abia? GameStop's not going to count their... I mean, I don't think Computer Share would give them the information. Maybe? I don't know. Gabe Newell. How many years are you willing to wait for the squeeze? Is there a point where you could reduce time spent on GME and more time with day trading other stocks? I guess. I mean... if it really just comes down to like waiting for these cycles, then I'll just trade other shit in between. I still have fun doing this, right? I don't think there's a point at which I'm going to think a short squeeze isn't possible. At least in the near term. How does DRS reduce volume? It removes shares that would be part of, you know, the turnover. CJ Swiss, dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. I appreciate the support, dude. I think you should be all upgraded automatically. So feel free to flock to your pigeon whale brethren and join them high above VWAP. Praise be to you, sir.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named VWAP. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling covered calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once a day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult. Not a cult.
BBY in a downtrend? Do you think it'll break up? Nope. Probably not. It might, but maybe just a little. Not as much as it did on the first one. Sorry, you had already sort of answered when I asked, but thank you for the longer explanation. No problem, man. I know, Ghost of Dan. I appreciate it, dude. CJ Swiss, thank you again, man. Vic's doing a thing. Interesting. Damn, I should have held those 468s, huh? Is there a good reason, i.e. operational, that they haven't done a stock split yet? I mean, Cohen has stated publicly that he doesn't believe in stock splits. Should today's action bring down the price of contracts if we stay in this channel? Yeah. If we stay flat for a little while, then the price of contracts should come down. If January 2022 is like January 21 with a lot of FOMO, they can escape MOASS by turning off the buy button. Not if people have a bunch of fucking options out in February, they can't. And any Barner. What specifically are they covering on the week of the 24th? ETF quarterly and GME monthly gamma exposure from options that expire on the 19th. Can't wait to hear the full Gherkin album. It's not my birthday. God damn it, Jax. I'll tell you when it's my birthday. How's that? It hasn't happened yet. It's soon, but it hasn't happened yet. I have some SPXS $17 puts for $11.17. I've already recouped and secured my initial buy-in. Do you think it's worth it to let it ride out into next week? You could see if Monday continues to fall, but I think it's bouncing back right now. It's not even red, and the SPXS doesn't print very hard, even if it goes red. But it's up to you. If you think you see a trend that you want to follow it. If you're already out your buy-in and like your position's just house money, you can let it ride. You're just all you're sacrificing is unrealized gains at that point. We rose around 15% from last Friday's close. Thoughts on this? Because T+2 action for next week run. Yeah, I think we'll see some action next week. How do options protect from turning off the buy button of that action craters the price? I don't think turning off the buy button cratered the price. I think turning off the buy button stabilized it. I think selling the options on January 22nd or 21st, whatever it was, cratered the price. I've been over this a couple times, but I'll do it again just to help it sink in for people. Everyone's options in January's run up were on the expired on the 29th, which is this day here. So everyone sold out of their options. Everyone who had weeklies on this whole run up, whatever was left, they sold out here. They sold a lot here too. But they sold out completely here. Nobody was really carrying February options. I had some February options. Luckily, because I wanted to buy them after leaps. But I wasn't really thinking about like exposure or anything. I just wanted something slightly further out. So I just, it was just pure luck that I chose that date in January. But once everyone sold out, they no longer had to cover, right? They no longer have to hedge those options, which means that they can then reposition themselves, and then they were able to short. And it wasn't until exposure came back in on the ETFs that we ran again. This is really important, I think, for MOASS. This day is pivotal. This Friday. That everyone's options expired on because everyone bought weeklies because they were so expensive, right? You couldn't buy anything else. But if everyone's options had been out here in February, it would have kept going up. And the volatility squeeze would have turned into a gamma squeeze on that following week. But instead of a gamma squeeze that following week, they were able to deleverage and sell those hedge shares back. So it's not the buy button that mattered. The buy button just kept people from FOMOing in more, right? So that once they were able to shut off the FOMO, then they could stabilize the hedging. That's why that was so important for them to do. Because once they shut off the FOMO, it dipped enough to scare people out of those options contracts. People freaked out, they sold. Like, if they can generate fear, then they can win. Reddit update? I mean, it's still just fucking flat. We moved up. I think I called it on Reddit that we were going to move up. I guess I'll let them know that we're just flat at 215 now. What time is it? Yeah, it's about time. Thank you for reminding me. Is the true catalyst actually your birthday? No. Don't tell people your birthday. It's just going to help someone steal your ID. Makes you think I use my birthday for anything important. Hold on, I'm trying to catch up on chat after explaining all that. Fuck the stock for a minute. Can we talk about what a jam the Pigeon Whale song is? Happy Friday, everyone. Thank you, Boofus. Happy Friday to you too, man. Closed my 470 puts for a 1K gain. Awesome, Willem. But what about the gamma exposure today? Did we see that play out today, or they wait until power hour? I mean, we may have seen whatever they had to cover play out today, right? We've had a pretty steady, like, they definitely covered some here, right? And this is probably all them covering as slowly as possible, right? And then whatever's left at the end of the day, they'll cover quickly. I clipped and clipped again. I do think it's better to trade at this price. People are feeling bullish. That gives people confidence. That makes people do things like buy options. What the fuck is... hold on. Ridiculous. I think there are enough of us angry from last year that are serious as F about getting them back for the buy button. If they tried taking again, I think we'd DRS the entire float in a week. It's possible. Trade Spotting has a scissor icon where his users can clip, so you don't have to. Yeah, I don't. I don't know how you get it. I don't know what I need to do to facilitate that. I'd like to have that. That'd be super cool, but you always got to make me mess my pants. If retail knew how to ask for their shares, it would have gone up. Did he mean ask exercise? Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I had contracts I could have exercised and I didn't. I could have absolutely exercised a lot of my... I had February 20s. And I had 20s and 35, which I think was like the all the way out of the money when I got them. And I absolutely I could have exercised all of them. I would have had a fuck ton of GameStop. But I sold them. I didn't know, right? Like I fucking squeeze was on. I was like, I'm gonna sell some contracts and make some money, right? And I figured like everyone else did when they shut off the buy button and the stock started to dip, that was going to be the end of it, right? If only I'd known then what I know now. But we know it now. Or I do. I don't know. How would others learn? It was just like every other point of interest, right? Like, it's... Talk about it. If you think it's a valid theory, say something. You know, that's how ideas circulate. I think it's a viable strategy, but I'm not recommending anybody collude to do it. I just think it's a very lucrative window in which to buy options contracts. How's that different than telling everybody to DRS their shares? Now they're just generating my So they should have exercised and the drop wouldn't have been so significant. Shiban, what drop? If they'd exercised, then those market makers that were internalizing orders and not hedging their delta properly would have been fucked. Because then they'd have to go out to market and find those shares that they didn't hedge immediately. I think it would just snowball too hard. I feel like the Dans would just clip you reading Ko-Fis of them promoting themselves. It's probably true. How much did those 20s and 35s cost in premiums? They were cheap. My initial buy into GameStop was only $10,000. I bought more. I bought weeklies when it started to rip, but hey, Pife, I've been watching since Warden went broke. I've learned so much. Thanks for the honesty, education, humor, and financial advice. Just submitted my WeBull application. Let's fucking go. Awesome, Optimus Prime. I'm glad to hear that, man. Friday Night Confessions of a Gherk. How much of price action would, well, usually the only people that exercise options are institutions. Institutions in long positions, right? Like they bought into something, they bought leaps, and then they exercise those leaps the next year, right? Because they want to stay in that asset. Usually retail investors don't exercise options. I mean, some do, but it's rare. But that's what you do if you want to stay in, right? After your option's going to expire. I think only like 8% of options or 8 to 12% of options get exercised. It's very, very few. What's the pivotal date in January for 2022? I think the 25th. The 25th is the date ETF leaps and GME leaps both have gamma exposure. And last year, everyone sold their options. So like if we go back to last year, right? The gamma exposure started from the leaps in on the 26th. Right here. So this was the date that the gamma exposure began on those leaps and the GME leaps and the ETF leaps. GME, ETF, right? And you see how much the price drove up? And it continued to drive up here. But then everyone sold because this was Friday. So that was the pivotal date last January also. That was the date that we went from like 100 and I think it was like $120 all the way the fuck up to like 380. And that date falls on the 25th this year. God, I've really got to redo this chart. I've moved so many lines around. That date's right here this year. But if everyone's options this year, again, are for, you know, the 28th and the 21st, then that pressure is going to get relieved. But if everyone's options are in February, GG. Then no one takes their foot off the gas, right? Like I don't think this theory is good because I made it up or to sell you guys something. I think this is actually what causes MOASS and what causes the most pressure on the short hedge funds. Like I think this is it. This is I wouldn't say that lightly. I realize how badly I can get burned on the other side of it. The risk of me even talking about options is significant. And if I didn't think it was true, I wouldn't say it. Now, this may not be the way, but it looks like the best one. RC bought a valuable company cheap. I don't know how encouraged he is to cause a short squeeze on his stock. He's got a company to run. I don't think he's gonna hop on a fucking horse and be our knight in shining armor, though. Clip it? I don't know when it began. I'm going to. Whatever my next DD I write is, I'm going to put it on Wall Street Bets. He did his part, right? His buy-in is likely what highlighted these cycles in the first place and highlighted the exposure of the short position. Is there a cutoff time to sell them? No, but I'm going to get out of these. Have you seen that we exactly mirror BBBY? It's not exact. The volume's drastically different, but yeah. I mean, I have a full year to figure out my tax situation. When we exercise a call, does the MM deliver real or synthetic shares? Who gives a shit? The point is they have to deliver shares. That's the position you force them into. It's essentially like spanking them for not gamma or delta hedging properly. But with like a baseball bat. Yeah, closing above max span is very good for next week. Any comments on the hourly liquidity test theory? Is that like 230 thing? I think it's bullshit. Likely bullshit. There may be a short position that cares about it being at 230, but it sure as fuck isn't Citadel or Susquehanna or 0.72. So at what point will you be informing SS about February options? Because you know you will be burnt at the cross as a heretic. Next couple weeks. In the unlikely event GameStop actually announces something big after close, will you stream or anything, or do we have to deal with it on our own all weekend? I mean, I might comment on it. I don't think they're announcing. Do they have something like some sort of press event planned that they've announced? Or is this just like pure speculation? Trying to figure out how to inflict maximum damage to MMs and short hedge funds. Max pain. But it's our max pain. So instead of closing the week at the price most profitable to market makers, let's close one fucking week at the price most profitable to us. I don't know. That's what I'd like to do. The discussion around the recent DD on variant swaps showed that. Good. Then they'll know what happened in January was a volatility squeeze. Thanks, Gary Gensler, for telling us about it in your report. The SEC left a lot of breadcrumbs in that. Yeah, I heard, Sarah. Any ideas as to what options chains look like during MOASS? If GME price hits even 5 digits, wouldn't the cost be astronomical? Could they disable options? They can't stop hedging them. Their primes will margin call the fuck out of them. They will get cannibalized by the people with even more money. That's how the market works. No one's gonna take on their loss. Not to that extent. But wouldn't they delta hedge now, knowing the risk they took in January? That's not how that works. The thing is they still have other interests, right? It's not just a pure neutral position. If it was, you could never blow them up. If it was, GameStop would stop, randomly spiking $50 in a day. That's how we know the position's not truly neutral, that there's other interests, right? But where's Dr. K? He's around somewhere. He was here yesterday, giving me shit about his beef pie. Fell into one of his beef pies. He was never heard from again. Where's Frag? I don't know. He will return for MOASS, I hope. Anyway. I hope people ask, where's A Steve when I'm not here? But I'm always here. That's true. You are. I haven't seen Sanjit today. I think Spy is trying to come back up to finish the day. Yeah, it looks like it is. This is probably the low, 466. If only I'd stuck to my conviction. I'm betting all the government corn subsidies on GME calls. Too much Diwali partying for Sanjit. Diwali. Yeah. Fixed double top. Can you play Sanjit's song for us anyway? I'm not gonna play it without Sanjit here. That would be rude. Myrna and Tesla dead? Victor, maybe. I don't know. What's Myrna? Myrna's down like fucking 100% in the last 2 months. Hello, Mr. Pickles. That's my thing. Sanjit a bot? Heard a rumor. No idea. Did someone's... God damn it. What do you think of option spreads? Not necessarily on GME, just in general. They're awesome. Make a song about me. I'm here every day. End of day poll. It's only 2 o'clock. Any hope for my Tesla Zero DTE 5K strike? I don't think so. I sold a 195C call today. What? When, Phil? See? At the beginning of the week? I mean, you can roll it out, up and out, and hope that we don't run next week too hard. Remember the 24th of November? No, I don't think so, Saman. I fear that that would end up being kind of a racist pickle. Pickles have no ethnicity or gender. They're simply pickles. I asked earlier, but didn't hear any reply. Can you explain the strategy of warrants instead of options? I have a few and I'm up 40%. I'm not sure if I should take profits early or not. They're just a leveraged position. I really don't know that much about them. I don't trade them. If you're up, I mean, profits are nice. Ko-Fi? Why didn't I hear noises? Why is it not playing the sounds? Hi, when Dan song? You know, we're here, we lurk, always watching, always listening to Pickle Man. When will the Dans get a song, get song respect like Sanjeet? The Dans don't, the point is the Dans don't get respect, Darth Dan. They're Dans. Why would anybody respect them? We tolerate them. They're here. Any reason 208, 210 has become a solid floor now? They're trying to shake out options. We're in a weird place. I mean, yeah, they're shaking out options, but 210, 200 to 210 is like a historical volume low. But above 210, there's a little bit of buy pressure. And so it's kind of hard to push down through it. If they can get it into that 210, 200 to 210 channel, then they have a better shot at getting it back below 200. But people are up at 210, a lot of them. Their positions are profitable. No one's interested in selling. It's a weird spot. In Connecticut, a pickle has to bounce to legally be called a pickle. What the fuck kind of law is that? Why are you bouncing your pickles? I mean, but why? A sensible call option? A risk-adverse strategy is to buy in the money calls at late strikes, because then you just simply capture the gain on the underlying asset. So 15 to 25% in the money and then leaps. That's considered a conservative call. A risky call would be like, 350s for February. It's less risky because it's in February, but it's also risky because, that price point is almost 100% up from where we're trading right now. The reason those calls are so expensive is because GameStop is volatile enough to go up $100, right? Most stocks aren't. Hey, Pickle, I've been out of the loop for the past few months. Can you explain this whole computer share DRS thing or point me towards some video or write up I can check out? Um, there's like DD on Reddit. I think like Mamas and Crayons are good. I don't know about the rest. I haven't read them. Probably a 200-year-old way to make sure your pickles were properly preserved. Maybe, yeah. But how do you know they all bounce? Do you bounce them each individually before packaging them? I'm not cautious about disrespecting you. Obviously, nothing means anything, but I find it hilarious that the market thinks deer with executives working their production lines is worth the same market cap as cat. Yeah. Pickles are categories of variety. They're non-brine self, cucumber, not race, gender. Though you could brine a cadaver, and that'd have a race and gender. Okay, that's enough out of you, Go Stan. No, keep these thoughts to yourself. Yes, Dad. Started a course about trading options is available in Education Center of TDA. I want to support the cause. I believe you were right. Options plus DRS is the way. Do you expect a good lull in volatility at some point so we can get February options cheaper? I think the next couple of weeks. I hope. Last November, January run, we went from 1350 to 483 or 35,000% increase, 3,500% increase. If we start this ramp at 200, 35% increase is 7,000. Yes. How much do you make? How much to make you be rude to us? I want a spanking. What the fuck? Do all options that are in the money at expiry get exercised? Is that how they realize their value? Or will MMs buy them back just as their value, just their value if people sell? They buy them back if people sell. But yeah, if they can be exercised if they're in the money. They can also just be sold. I mean, it's options contract. Fuck you. Thanks, Carl. Fuck you too, Carl. Would someone shut the dance up? Carl? No, don't. Don't do it. It's okay. We'll let it go for now. Prometheus? No. Have you not been listening to me? We still don't even have 1,000 likes. What the fuck, guys? SS forum sliding hard. What is it now? Don't you dare. I will silence you. Don't think I won't. try to rise up and usurp some sort of power from me. No. I will cut the Dans down where they stand. Remember that. Don't test me. Oh god, they're convinced there's an NFT announcement today? Why? Unleash me. Sean Booze, I haven't seen you in here forever, man. I don't think. I think the NFT thing is like the NFT dividends is bullshit, but I don't think DRS is FUD. I think DRS is the other side of that squeeze. Buy and hold in DRS. No worries, man. It's good to see you in here. Are any DD writers trying to change the negative sentiment around options, or is that a lost cause? I don't know. I'm not even sure that I understand the root of it, besides people just, doing dumb shit with their money. But that's like on them, right? They want to blame something else, but ultimately, like, if you made bad options decisions, that's your choice. Right? No one made you do that. But I don't see how this is any different than buying GME options any other quarter, slightly after the quarter end, right? Like, all of those would have been super fucking profitable as well. Every single one of them. If you can't have a solid play with like 5 distinct pieces of evidence, the OP from the DDU linked last night definitely suggested the negative center around options is FUD and just people misunderstanding them. It is. It's absolutely FUD. If I were a short hedge fund, knowing what I know now, it's the FUD that I would propagate. Because it's the one that covers my ass the most. It wasn't a different time. Same market, same effect. So what are the next 2 expiry dates after the next quarterly cycles? After January? Farmer Jed? we have expiry dates all through. Not only do we have, you know, FTDs piling up and everything going into the run in January, but in addition to that, we have three separate ETF expirations, big ETF expiration dates. It all started with some DD that was like buying out of the money options is just giving market makers money. Yeah, but these are like DDs written by people that don't know fuck all about the like markets. I mean, there's some good DD on Superstonk, and there's some good DD that was on RGME, and there was some good DD on Wall Street Bets, and it's happened. But most of it is written by people who don't know their ass from their fucking elbow. The vast majority of DD is complete horseshit, made up hypotheticals in order to prove, you know, some thought they had when they were fucking high on the toilet the night before. Don't call me out like that. Was Warden's loss a setup to scare them from options? I told everyone on here when Warden was buying all those fucking calls that was a bad fucking bet. And then I said it was a bad bet when he bought all the puts and we went up. I wasn't very big. I wasn't as big as Warden. I still am not as big as Warden, but was. But I tried to tell everyone that he was wrong. Turdford is knowledgeable. Lauren. Oh, I don't remember. It was like 180s or something like that. Home Depot Hank generated quite a lot of the anti-options and anti-analysis FUD as well. I do not miss him. His DDs were funny and entertaining, but fact-based, I don't know. At this point, I feel it's almost more important to spread options info on our Wall Street Bets than on our Supersonic. SS users are kind of religious about certain things, options included, I'm afraid. I don't know what to say. I'm not going to not tell them, right? That would be against everything I've done these last 6 months. Just stay silent? No. I don't care about their approval that much. Jordan, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
Han, thank you so much. I did not see your Ko-Fi, but maybe I missed it because I was ranting. I've missed 2. Thank you, Han. I've been around for months, and the dopamine you provide me when you answer my questions in chat has been delicious. It's long overdue for me to join you, Pickle Man. Thank you, Jordan.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Kirk likes to work on stream. Seems to be a lot of what should I buy in here today. I can't tell you. All I know is that options after February 18th look pretty fucking sweet. On or after. That looks like a very sexy window for sexy leverage. I sent you a Ko-Fi this morning. It never came up. I'm sorry, Goon. Did I miss that? Thank you, Red Fox. I just saw yours. I don't know why they're not popping up. There must be something wrong with the link or something today. Alex, thank you for everything. Thank you. I hope I do find a place to find coffee in my new neighborhood. I don't think there's a lot around there. Buy some dip. It's the weekend. No, I haven't moved in at all yet. Thank you guys so much for the donations I missed. I'm sorry. I don't know why the Ko-Fi is not popping up. And thank you, Han, for the double donation. I appreciate that as well. I have an espresso machine. I brew all my own coffee for the most part. I don't like buy it from people. What do you mean when they talk about Delta Strike and Gamma Strike? What do people Delta Hedge? Gamma Strike. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Rainmaker. Like, in what context? Like, Delta's relative to the strike. I'm sorry if you talked about this before, but WeBull seems to have the best UI for trading. You find WeBull's option execution to be good? I do. Honestly, I do. They don't pay me. Um, I would not plan on holding GME with them. No, I wouldn't. I don't like having any stock with Webull just because of Apex. But options, I don't really care. And if I exercise those options, I can transfer those shares out, right? Gamma Strike was Guile's secret move in Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Delta neutral and gamma neutral. I did a video on like the gamma exposure yesterday. Absolutely, options DD should go on RSS. Just saying, maybe we all here should put some effort into spreading the info about your awesome DD a bit further. I mean, if you guys want to talk about things, you can always talk about things, right? I don't know. I don't know how much success it'll have. I'll do a write-up today on PMCC spreads and how to price calls if you're interested. All right, go for it, Bob. I'll try to get it some recognition. I mean, that's I'm tired. The only reason I have this GME and Webull and not transferred out to a different brokerage is because it gives the stream validation, right? Like I hold the stock also. This is a very small part of my total GME position, which is all held in other brokerages. Also, that's just 2. I don't know what you're talking about. I only have 2 shares of GameStop, right? I might try to write a dumbed down DD about why not all options are bad. I feel like people have done that. It just gets downvoted. Ignorance is bliss. Rip into close like yesterday? Probably. Probably some volatility into close. We'll see what direction it goes in. You have 2 GME when you double tap. I wish I had a screenshot of that comment. That was the best. Short Tesla? I wouldn't short it. You mean buy puts? You can try. I don't know if the sentiment is dead yet. Elon Musk is feeding the world now, so. Would you say it's easier to make money on options or stock? I mean, you can make more money on options. But it's definitely easier to make it on. So it's easier to trade stocks than it is to trade options. I just don't understand how the sentiment could spread that the most powerful tool available to retail is evil or dangerous. Yeah, but you can lose money on stock pretty fucking quick too. Good marketing. What do you mean, like, hey? I mean, options are, all about timing. That's the problem. That's why everyone lost so much fucking money. Is they didn't give themselves enough time. I mean, options put Citadel at the most risk. Right? Citadel's the one that feels the pain from those. I think a lot of people got into GME with no knowledge of the market and are afraid of options because their only exposure is Wall Street bets YOLO plays. But do they not see the gain porn? Like, I understand the loss porn, but there's another side to that coin, right? Even on plays as stupid and risky as Wall Street bets ones. Should have bought leaps like DFE, right? In the money calls or out of the money. That's a risk assessment. Uh, CTB 0302891. Um, that's totally dependent on your own personal finances. No, it's not too late. Ivy will drop off most likely. I don't see anything else happening in the next couple weeks. Don't get me wrong, I could be surprised. The stock is volatile. How long can MOASS realistically be drawn out? Assuming they survive Jan Feb again, when do you think the overall baseline low will rise to such a point that it's unavoidable? That depends on a number of factors. Alpi. New things scare me. I'm going to be doing a lot of research on options this weekend, other than Investopedia. What resources should I look at? There's a book called Options is a Strategic Investment by Macmillan. It's excellent. Um, there's tons of YouTube videos that cover the basics of options. Do you think February Do you think 220 February calls are overpriced? They're high right now. I mean, we're also, those are very near the money, Matthew. Yeah, but Brian Evo, if you sold most of those calls when they were up, everyone would have been profitable when they were up on Tuesday from gamma exposure. The problem is everyone held their fucking calls until expiration and they were worth nothing. You don't give a shit about Max Payne on Tuesday. Did DFU's posts ever come off as typical Wall Street bets pump and dump in the very early days? I don't think so. I mean, I didn't start reading his posts until it was like late August last year. But no, they were well researched. That's why I liked them. It was because they weren't the usual. Like he was presenting a solid bull case for GameStop. Shit, that's half the reason I bought in. Was because everyone was giving him shit, but he had some of the best DD on there. Yeah, options aren't really that complicated. Whenever you want, Bart. I'm buying them in a couple weeks. Yes, you get the difference in premium. When GFE bought his options, was a $20 strike the highest strike possible at that time? I'm not sure. Ryan Cohen knows the cycles? I don't think so. His tweets don't align with the cycles at all. That was like one of the first things that we like looked into. And he might, but if he does, his Twitter's no indication of that. Yeah, I watched some of his streams. I didn't really participate. I didn't participate in Wall Street bets until March. I'm not big on social media. I know that's ironic. I don't even think in the entire time I've been on Reddit up until GameStop that I posted very much. Like some things. It's like I tried to get advice for fixing some shitty car I had a few years ago. That might have been one of my only Reddit posts. Fats are bad for your health. Fats cause diabetes. These are things sugar pushed to hide that they cause these things. Yeah. While pumping tons of sugar into fat-free foods. I'm aware. I get what you mean, though. Biggest thing that biggest factor that sets apart the average options trader from the really good ones. risk tolerance, I would say. Kool-Aid disciple. Good traders don't lose money, they just make it. They can lose 100 bets and they'll lose less than an average trader loses on one. The calls for February are like 3K, is that right? Right now. There's ways to put yourself in that position, Cass Sandy, without buying February's up front. But yeah, they're expensive, but it's cheaper than 100 shares of GameStop. How much are they up now? I haven't checked them for a couple days. They're coming back down. Can I run Instagram ads for your stream? I don't know. How does that work? I guess. I don't care. If RC doesn't know the dates, it's really coincidental earnings are lined up with those dates. I mean, he knows the futures roll date. But, I mean, they should, right? And they're not always exactly lined up. Earnings has been the day before the roll date and on the roll date. It's not like it's just on the roll date every time. Why does the bid set look like it's stacked? That's just algos preventing fast moves in the underlying. I mean, I wouldn't release GameStop shares into the market, right? If you don't have the floor held. Here's the thing, is you can't sell shares to buy options and still get the squeeze. That's not how that works. You still have to hold. But the idea is that we hold enough already. '95 Subaru Legacy. Yeah. I sold my car when I started day trading just to ensure that I would have like money to survive on if it didn't work out. And I bought like a piece of shit beater to drive around. That's not my birthday. If I had a bunch of cover calls that were in the money on GameStop, I would probably roll them out so I don't get called away. Yeah, if we're up in the middle of a fucking short squeeze and you want to sell a couple shares to exercise a call contract, that's not a big deal, right? Because you're increasing your shareholding, not decreasing it. How risky were your plays when you started trading? It depends. Some of them were pretty risky. Some were most I'd say most were safer. I think I've taken on more risk as time has gone on. I definitely take riskier plays now than I did back then. But I've also learned how to manage that over time, right? Tell us the rest of your story. What's your theory on how they're able to create synthetics? In what regard? They can make them as part of bona fide market making. They can create synthetics from ETFs. There's a lot of ways of making stocks. I mean, you're not incorrect, Jose. So you're saying that your first few trades were not $500 YOLOs? No. Would you do weekly or monthlies for cash? I just do weeklies on for GameStop. I've never done anything longer than a weekly. I sold CCs before the flash crash. This was the only time I sold CCs on GameStop. And I sold those for a month out, and I was freaking out for an entire month because I thought the stock was going to rip again. How is that doable? If you can please spend a minute to break it down. I mean, market makers are allowed to create synthetic shares in order to hedge as part of their hedge and to create liquidity as part of their bona fide market making abilities. ETFs, authorized participants, are allowed to create creation baskets, which are a representative of the underlying shares. And those represent synthetic shares as well. They just make them. There's not like a process. They don't have like elves that go into a room and write up the share. They're just digital. They just create a digital copy of the share and do what they do with it. Short elves that make shares. Soon, Kevin. Can I close that position in after hours on a weekend? I mean, if you're in the US, you can trade in after hours and pre-market on some brokerages. Well, one's a company with a possible future, Victor. I have some February calls already and January. Oh, my February calls right now are 350. My January calls are 225, 250 and 300. Or 220, 253. It might be 220, 250, 300. I can't remember. I think it's 220. Is it 220? Yeah, 220. 220, 250, 300. Oh, I'm sorry. And I have one December 17th, 210. 1 December 17th, 210. Did you see the breaking news? AMC will start selling more popcorn. On your November weeklies, how tight are you keeping the spread? $5 increments or 10? Also, how far out of the money is too far? I plan to buy like 3 strikes near, 1 mid, and then 1 really far out. But the majority of the contracts are going to be far out of the money. So like it would be shit. Hold on. Epic Pen's fucking up again. So right now, for November weeklies, I'd be buying like 215, 220, 225, and then like 250, 300. But these would increase in quantity the further out of the money they were. So I might have like 60 here, 50. This is an exaggeration, but I'm just showing you like the scale. Or I'd probably do like 30, 15, 5. Something like that. Or like 1, 2, 4, 8 is another good way of looking at it. 16. Would you say December 23rd or 17th would be safer choices? I'm not buying December calls at all. December's really only encapsulates November's movement, so I don't see any reason to buy it. If they roll, then it's significant to own December calls, but I can buy those if I suspect that they are in fact rolling, which would mean that we have like a consistent uptrend into the run on, well, we'd have a consistent uptrend after the run in November. Is there any sense in selling a couple covered calls for, say, January 2023 to raise funds for buying calls? Yeah, that's a way to get credit, yeah. That's like November. That's what I'm doing for November. Wait, seriously? You did not see the AMC news yesterday? They're opening mall retail locations to sell popcorn. No, really. I am thinking leap puts for next year. Fucking, it's gonna corner the popcorn market. Jesus fucking Christ, man. What a terrible business. They don't even, not one fucking shred of innovation out of them. It's remarkable. You can look up historic IV for GameStop. TDA has it. They have a chart. But isn't there movement on December 17th and 22nd? Yes. But I'd rather have January calls for that, right? Because it's the options are for the 17th, but the movement's on the 22nd. So, I mean, you could buy I'm going to buy weeklies for this, but I'm not buying them now, right? I'll buy them when there's no theta attached to them. I don't care about that right now. Besides my January and February position, everything else is weekly. So I'm going to play weeklies for, the 24th. I might roll some of that into the 17th to see if they roll as a hedge. If they don't, I'm going to sell that. I'm going to move it out past the 22nd of December, right? And then January options, February options. No one's gonna buy it. No one's gonna buy their fucking $20 popcorn. You guys act like they're gonna have fucking like lines of customers going out the door. Don't they have a place called like Popcornopolis already? Didn't they go out of business? What if they internalize the November exposure for 5 days again to foil the calls? Why not buy? I don't think they internalized anything, a user. I revised that when I realized that we were in fact just T+6 from the fail date. Like, exactly. I think that's when the exposure was in T+. Like, I didn't account for the ETF settlement window. What's with the people saying they can't wait to change the world, but they get triggered by a fundraiser for underprivileged children because the DRS guide was unpinned? What the fuck? There's always money in the popcorn stand. How mad would you be if AMC MOASS and Jimmy keeps trading sideways? It's not going to happen. They got people to buy their shares. There's no MOASS for AMC. That's just stupid. They're looking at the February 5th spike rather than the January 27th. There's no February. What? What do you mean? No. What? Greg? Reiterate. Are you talking about 2022? Or like the beginning of this year? Sorry. Or are you talking about next year? Don't go on Superstock today. You don't have to worry about that. Adam Aaron is probably making the popcorn sales up to try to pump the stock before he sells shares before retirement via whatever agent he talked about on some Trey interview. Popcorn market size is valued at 6.24 billion. That's billion with a B. Okay. So if AMC can capture the entire market, they might be able to pay off some of their debt with the D. How's it that I bought put on GME expiring today when the price was 212, and now that the price is lower, my put value is even less? Thanks. That's called theta decay, Hassan? Because the time to your option expires is even less. I assume you bought 0 DTEs. Look into Discord DMs. God damn it. Awesome. Talking about next year. 2022. What the fuck? There is no spike on the 5th. You mean the 25th? This is the 25th of January. That we need to account for T+6 for your ETFs on previously drawn lines. Yeah, February 18th does that. Greg M. But the push there is from both. It's from FTDs. So yeah, there'll be. So here, hypothetically, if this doesn't cause the squeeze, right? There's gamma exposure here. First of all, on this date here, this date is GME and ETF Leap settlement. So this is just like November 24th, right? Out T+6 from that will be ETF FTDs. But GME FTDs will be due that day. So, but if you look, that's where the February 18th options are. So you'll capture, February 18th captures all movement. That's why it's the best contract date, I think. Because it captures every last bit of the whole cycle. I think I have 1K likes. We didn't see what happened this week on the historic graphs. Didn't we? Or was this? Hold on. I don't know if I have the lines here right. Maybe I don't. So there's too many lines here. 1 second. That's 11, 19. So this would have been... Well, let me delete that. Let me delete this. So... T2... 34. And then T plus 6. Well, it's possible that they just covered the FTDs right on time here. But if we check pre-January, I think we do see it. I don't know if these are lined up right is the problem. How big is this? Why is that 17 bars? So from here, we go out 6 days. I mean, we do, right? We ran up. It's just not as significant, right? The price was much lower back then. See, on this one, they can cover FTDs because everyone's selling, right? But if you look at March, June, and July to August, you'll see that we do run a little on those days. Also, ETF FTD exposure was never this high before. So since January, ETF FTDs have never been this high. Only in June did we see a small spike. But that's why we started running up in June before we hit the 24th. So we saw it in June play out right here, right? We started running here. And then we spiked on the 25th, sorry. So this is very much like that, right? Run up into flat. No, previous to Ryan Cohen's buy-in, there's some of this cycle apparent, but it's very mixed up. Also, the share buyback. So I think the share buyback in 2019, then Ryan Cohen's first buy-in and then second buy-in really made this whole pattern apparent. No, my new DD is not going to be called Endgame Part 2, The Pickler's Revenge. Isn't one of the November 23rd, 24th dates? That is the only thing happening on that date. You can't push off gamma exposure. There's no way for them to bundle that up and like put it out to a different day. That's hedging against their own margin. That's why they haven't pushed those dates ever. And by pushing it to the 24th of like August, they already are pushing it to the very last possible day. The only thing that happened this week is we saw a run from ETF FTDs, which aren't being tracked by this. I wasn't tracking ETF FTDs because they've been insignificant up until this point. It wasn't until we saw that dump on September 21st. Well, we didn't see that until October 15th, right? But it wasn't that until we saw that dump of FTDs come out of the ETFs that we even were looking at ETF FTDs. We were just looking at ETF gamma exposure, which is what most of the cycle represents. Why does it make more sense to buy Feb 350 leaps now or soon for $18 than wait till early January when they may be half the price? They may be, but the price in January is likely to be higher than it is now. I expect us to run quite a lot before we get to January. And by the time January hits, those options may be too expensive for anybody to buy. Do you think that due to the ETF exposure, next January run-up will be split between January 27th and February 7th? No. I think I've explained that now, Greg. If you still don't understand, let me know. I'll try to explain it a different way. Messed with that. Are we looking thoroughly that we could find similar patterns with other non-related stocks? You just find similar patterns with other stocks that are, you know, specialty retail. Marcus Borelius, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added. Well, no, I don't need to. Yeah, you're good. Thank you so much for the membership, though, man. I appreciate it. Do you think once it runs in November, those Feb calls will be too expensive? If they roll, yes. But I will be buying more Februaries throughout the whole cycle, right? Like I'm going to take the profits from my weeklies and move them out to February. And if the February options are cheaper, then I'll be averaging my February costs down. Just like when you buy GameStop on the peak and then you have to buy it 180 for 3 months to get your costs down. Same deal. Any chance you can give us 24-hour notice before you post your next DD, just in case you are the catalyst? I'm not the catalyst. Retail's the catalyst. The SEC put it right in their report. Retail did it all. And they weren't lying, I don't think. I think retail really did do it all. But that's bullish as fuck. It's not a bear case. Why does your daily candle for today green? Mine shows red. Henken Ashi. They don't work the same way. But yes, it's red. If retail could drive that amount of volume, why not again since then? March. They did in March too. And again, they sold on Friday and didn't have options further out. Look, I'll show you in March. It works the same fucking way. March, February, March. March 312. 311. 312. The day we peak on is the options expiration date. Now, the difference between March and what's happening in January is in January, they have gamma exposure after the expiration date. In March, they didn't, but people still sold on Friday. If they'd had options further out, it could have kept running. Wait, hold on. We can do this in the next month, too. Here we go. July 9th. 6/9. Friday. Or 7/9. Sorry. 6/9? No, June. Ooh, this was a Wednesday. This is interesting. So this was the share offering. That's right. This is the share offering. That's why the price went down here. June doesn't, yeah. This is the share offering. This is the Friday. I forgot this was the share offering. This was going to get slammed no matter what. This was 5 million shares, which got sold by here. But still, a lot of calls got sold here, right? A lot of people sold before earnings because the IV drop. If you look at open interest on 6/9, it drops dramatically. The interest has to stay open. But yeah, retail is MOASS. For the people that are not prepared with options, far out enough, or don't have money to buy options, why would these cycles not repeat indefinitely? Well, there's a big difference between this January and last January, CH. We're starting at, probably $180 to $220 versus starting at $20. 3,500% above our current price is like $7,000. Retail is MOASS. Retail is life. Thank you, Hales. Welcome back. Six months. How does your husband feel about it? I've got 10K locked and loaded. Awesome, Popcorn Trader. Any idea on how many contracts will expire in the money today? No, I haven't looked. It's a decent amount. It's not excessive, but it's solid. It should present a decent amount of gamma exposure come Tuesday. It could. Zach Black. What's the average age of your viewers? 25 to 45. Do you think that we're going to see a sizable T+2 exposure on Monday and Tuesday because we're $12 above max pan? We could, yeah. But remember, this week's run wasn't due just to gamma exposure. Like Monday and Tuesday's up, that was gamma exposure. Today, Wednesday's up was FTDs. That's the internet for you, actual dealer. He also shouted me out. That's all right. That's super cool. Trade spotting showed on the... Yeah, somebody told me earlier that trade spotting was saying this will be our first up week candle. It's interesting. It means a breakout, right? A possible breakout of our like massive bull pennant, right? Like this big fucker. It's our first one since here. You know, we had one here, but it's significant. I agree. $1,700 open interest at 210. I guess that's why they're trying to go below that. Maybe. It's always so hard for me to fathom that there are really only a few thousand people that watch you and have learned this knowledge. I've talked to them and the response is sure. Huh. I got some 225s for next week. I'm certain I can get 20 to 30% return next week. Awesome. Any thoughts about buying 210, 215 weekly for next week? Might be okay. You might see some price improvement. I would be cautious holding them after Tuesday. Unless we see some significant price action Monday and Tuesday, then I wouldn't continue to hold them through the rest of the week. But that's, you know, up to you. Obviously, you have to manage your own risk. Can we get Jamie back on the stream? I'd love to. I've just been too bit like after the stream ends, I go and I've been doing shit till like 1 a.m. every night. How much money did we close above last week? And do you have any options yet? Or I have options in January and February already. I will be buying more weeklies as when the time arises. Last night, Jamie was trying to explain in the nicest way possible that AMC is not the play and that people are dumb for holding still. Well, that's good. We closed $8 above max pain last week. I think we should FOMO in to get Gherk movers. I don't want to pay them. They're astronomical. They want like $3,000, and I don't even have that much shit. Housewarming gift. Use it for a pickle-themed doormat. Thank you, JC. AA was dumb for dumping their shares to Mudrick. Adam Aaron's just dumb. That's not the first action that he's done that's fucking completely against the interest of his shareholders. How much SHIB do you own? I don't know, like 1.2 million, whatever I got for free. It's not a lot. That's one perm drive. Nice, you'll be a millionaire on SHIB alone. I highly fucking doubt it. That's awesome, John. Here's the thing, is this puts them in a position where they have to go hedge. And then when they go to hedge, there's no fucking shares to hedge with. Which means that what? They have to raise the price. Thank you so much, Grandpa John. I appreciate that, man. Guys, if there's a popcorn holders are fudge next year. Yeah, it's Are you disappointed that I only buy shares and not options? Absolutely not. It's both. You need both. It's not one or the other. It's both. By owning the float, when they go to dip their little ladle in, to scoop up some shares to hedge with, there's none left. There's no shares for them to hedge. If they can't hedge, then their margins run out of control. Like, it's like wildfire. They won't be able to hedge their volatility plays. They won't be able to hedge the options they sold. And when they can't hedge, their margin blows up. You're not a poor? Seriously? No, but I'm a cheap. It's a side effect of from when I was a poor. I think AMC is going under. What are your thoughts on $5 puts, 119.24? They'll probably print. Are futures contracts based on the monthly options that expire the month before the futures contracts do? Is that why they don't fit into the normal fiscal quarterly cycle? No, they're not tied to the options contracts. They run on their own cycle. That's separate. They expire on quad witching. So there's a limit to creating synthetics. They can't hedge with the synthetic they're creating, right? The synthetic is something they have to hedge when they create it. Does that make sense? They need real shares to hedge. They can use all the derivatives in the world, but if they can't hedge them, they're fucked. Because options are worth 100 times more than the stock. That means if GME's float in options contracts, wait, right? Wait, no. That's back. I did it wrong. There's too many zeros on my screen. Hold on. That's 1.6 trillion, right? At its current price. It's actually 162 trillion 900 billion. Did I write billion? Wait, no, I didn't. Maybe I did. Is that it? There we go. It's a lot. It's 100 times its current market cap. Yes, 1.6 E12. Just use the infinity symbol instead. I'm trying to write it across 2 monitors. It's not easy. It's 1.6 trillion. Which is, guess what? The total assets under management of Susquehanna, Melvin, .72, and Citadel combined. End of day pool. Yeah, I guess we got enough time. I don't know why you guys like these so much. Don't they help the channel? I don't know. Maybe. Makes us feel like our life has meaning. Since you like holding shares in WeBull, what risks could there be to exercising Feb calls there, do you think? I don't know. I don't even know if I fully distrust Apex or it's just fucking Robinhood. I have conflicted feelings on it. I had options in January in WeBull, and I had no problem. Trading was down for about an hour everywhere, and then it was back up. WeBull's backed by BNY Mellon. They're a huge fucking bank. I'm not wildly concerned one way or another. I mean, I have plenty of shares elsewhere, so... But that's like my own. I'm okay taking that risk. I don't suggest anybody else holds any stock in WeBull or any jammy in WeBull. Shill pull. It's not a shill pull. It's an accurate pull. Maybe we test 220. Who knows? Then we could all be wrong. Gotta give GameStop the opportunity to prove us wrong, right? Say we buy Feb options and the share price goes to 7K. Who's buying the options when we try to sell? Well, you can exercise them, right? Or you can sell. I mean, someone will buy them, right? Because someone will want to buy shares of GameStop at the price of your contract. So if the price is trading on the open market at $7,000 a share, right? And you have a piece of paper which says that, you know, I can buy 100 shares for $250 a share. That's the value, right? Does that make sense? Someone's going to want to buy a $7,000 a share stock for $250 a share. But options in Webull are okay. I mean, I had a bunch of my options last January in Webull. They were fine. I didn't have any issues with them. It's not easy to exercise with Webull. I will warn you of that. It is much easier to exercise through Fidelity or TDA or Schwab or pretty much any other options broker that readily gives out level 2 options. IBKR, they're all much easier to exercise in than Webull. The Webull exercise process is slow, but you know, if we're in MOASS, it doesn't matter if it's slow or not. You can also just sell the contract and buy 100 shares or however many shares you can afford with the premium. You don't have to like exercise, right? But the exercising helps. It puts more pressure on the market maker that wrote the contract, Citadel. Right? If all the FUD about options is true, then the inverse of that is also true. If you make a shitload of money on options and exercise them, then you fuck Citadel. You steal money from them. How do you exercise without capital? You can exercise to cover. You can sell to exercise, cashless exercise. These are options. Various brokers call it different things. Will you mostly be doing that in Vanguard, Fidelity? I'll be doing it in Vanguard, Fidelity, IBKR, and WeBull. Are all of those all available on WeBull? I don't know, actually. I've never exercised an option with WeBull ever. I don't know what they offer in terms of exercising. I've actually only ever exercised, like, except end of week, or with cash on hand. I've never cashless exercised. I'll put it that way. I've exercised with capital in the account. I've sold a call and exercised another one. Send you a Ko-Fi. Dennis Dan, thank you so much, man. Sorry they're not popping up. Thanks for another week of streaming, and cheers to a stress-free move. Praise be to the Lady VWAP. Thank you so much, Dennis Dan. I appreciate that, man. Does cashless there's no settlement for an exercised call. It's immediate. It's not T+2 till your shares are delivered. It just happens. They're just there. Selling GME covered puts looks like free money. It has been so far. Scalping options in Robinhood for premium is risky. Yeah. Also, on Robinhood, most people are using margin, and they can sell your shit out from under you because you're using their money to buy it, right? If we close above max span, will we see some price action Monday, Tuesday? That depends on how many options are exercised versus how many are sold. Is that because the option maker should have hedged that you buy it? Yeah, the options maker should have hedged the call already. And yeah, so there shouldn't be any delivery. The shares should already be there. CCs are free money with giga stress. Is there a way other than manually adding up the open interest across all future expiries to find out how many shares of GME are represented by open calls? Futures? You mean options? You can just see what the volume... I can just tell you right now, like, for this week, you want to see how many shares are leveraged? I'll just... Give me 1 second. Mm. 104.8 thousand or 140.8. So 148 0.000. This is how many shares are currently leveraged on GameStop. Or, well, not necessarily open, but that were leveraged this week. Yeah, I still have confidence in my thesis. Just didn't think ETF FTDs would play as big a role. So they're more exposed than I thought they were. It's fine. Wait, this isn't the price I picked on the poll. That's not how that works. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much. I might have missed if you answered this other than expected things, but the only real events on the horizon next week and after until the 24th or whatever is Gex here and there, right? That's correct. As far as I'm concerned, yes, windmill. Make it 75 million. Yeah. We still believe we're going to trend down towards 180, 190 end of month for the end of the cycle. No, I think right now, I think we might hold the floor of that upper trend, right? Which I showed you guys. Did I not? I showed you guys that, right? No, that's. This. I think at worst we trend to this, which is awesome. At best, we break to the upside of this and trend into this. Like, everyone wants low IV, but the higher the floor we hit it at, the better. Lucid is mooning. I didn't sell more CCs. I bought them back earlier today, and then I hedged them, and Lucid didn't do shit for like an hour, so I sold out. Would they have been that exposed without the BBBY debacle? I think so. I don't think the BBBY thing actually had that big of an effect. As they were able to suppress the price of BBBY almost entirely or cover whatever they needed to in the FTDs during after hours. BBBY is much more liquid than GameStop. GameStop, however, covering probably probably not as great a number of FTDs, ran us up, $50. Lucid ripping to close. Looks like we're closing out the day down about 2.25% or so. What do we got? 3 minutes? Not a lot's going to happen. Might break VWAP. That'd be cool. Yeah, no problem, small meow. So, like 10 minutes to the NFT dividend gets announced. Have you factored that into your Monday price action? It sure doesn't sound like it. Yeah, no, I haven't. I'm prepared to be hurt. I'll be okay, though. What month week is best to buy Oh, Jesus Christ. What month week is best to buy Jan Feb calls, not wasting theta? I plan to buy the majority of my position initially between November 19th and 23rd. Of course, Bones. Thank you for reading my terrible comments after all this time, by the way. It's appreciated. Well, Mr. Diggs, I got to do something for you when you're just standing out on my fire escape, staring at me all day. November 19th is a Friday, right? Yeah. Saw a post yesterday about people not in CS won't get an NFT dividend instead of cash equivalent. Would that be true? I don't think so. Maybe. Unlikely. I'm sure GameStop would offer those people a way to claim the dividend, regardless of whether they were registered with CS or not. You know, given that GameStop hasn't reached out and been like, you need to DRS your shares in order to receive our dividend. Also, they would have to announce the dividend and then have an X dividend date, right? And then on that date, your shares would, like, if that was the case, your shares would have to be in CS by that date. They don't just distribute a dividend without warning. That's not how that works. They're not like, oh, boom, look, you have a dividend in your account. But I digress. I already have. We closed above max paying, $13.25. A decent amount of call options are in the money. We'll see how significant that is come Tuesday. Good game. 11/15/2015. Huh. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. For all of you guys that became members and donated, I appreciate the support. As always, I will see some of you, members, all the new members. I will see you guys Sunday. I hope this weekend. This is questionable. I may not, but I think the members only stream will be Sunday. I will let everyone know on the Discord at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And for those of you that aren't members, I will see you Monday morning at 9 a.m. Thank you guys all so much. I appreciate it. Have a great night and a great weekend. Bye, guys. Not an advisor. Frigulon.